Am I live yet? Check. Looks like it. Turn on settings. Rankin, baby. Hey, look at my Ford is coming back. Ford, come back. We've got a bunch of days ahead of going up. Where is the Robinhood account? Why is that not showing? Nope. Nope. There we go. Okay, Robinhood account is up. Robinhood account is coming back. Robinhood looks good right now. They're pumping it again, but it's being sold off. What about Target? $109. I need to fucking get out of Target. Or I need to start selling fucking calls. It's 109 goddamn dollars right now. What am I looking for here? What a fucking shit show when they delisted real good foods. Fucking fun. I want to buy that fucking company to fire everybody and then bury it. Bunch of what's going on with Beyond? Man, I wonder if Beyond is gonna get bought. I'm gonna hold on to it. All right, selling Beyond. And there's still a gap to close down there too at fucking 75 cents. I might be buying some more Beyond here soon. It's being bought. Beyond is being accumulated. Such a pain in the ass to buy these lows though. I want to buy 75 cents on it. I'm gonna mark it. It got down to 80 cents, but or maybe even lower. Crossing down. It could go all the way to 64 cents. fucking dope. I'm gonna add another alert there. Crossing down. Sorry about this. I'm like taking a few minutes here to go over some stuff in the background. They just fucking sold Ford again. It just spiked Ford down. I looked at Ford and it was like it doesn't unwind until like tomorrow. There should be like a low put in on Ford, like worst case scenario, and that should start ramping for like a month or so. Turn that off. J.S. Pravorsky, what's he saying this morning? Let me find the white paper that he released. He's saying go to world markets. I disagree with that. Get a GS. Goldman, baby. Let's go to January 13th. What the fuck is Rich Pavorsky saying? S&T. Run it hot, Japan. TMT. Hey, Pravorsky. There he is. Zooming in. Global cycle beta is leading to run it hot while bonds are heavy but not disorderly. Since it seems over positive, though perhaps populist intervention shift MBS housing credit. What is he saying here? Japan ripping again. Nikkei cash up 3%. Rates back up, choke off equity build. CPI head street converging at the middle 30 BPS on core. GR highlight. Missed data. Metros were price collected. Shelter inflation was understated. Ed politics feels like a boomerang risk. Senator Tom Tillis said he will oppose confirmation of any Fed nominee. James set the tone for earnings season. Prices multiples elevated across the sector expected low. Focus on M durability. Trading IB momentum expense. Risk on zooming out. Early James declared global cyclical bid. Leaning into rent hot while bonds. I'll print this for you guys. And let me get out of this. That print for me? Did that download? Okay, run it hot. This one right here. Oh, nope. Sorry, Sean Johnston. To the 12th. Goldman. T. Fed fights back intervention. Open a new tab. Open a new tab. Equities color headlines. Weekend prep. New tab. Let's look at these. That's Garrett. Like Washington. That's Johnston. Here we go. NFP Goldilocks outcome agreed. Feels very sanguine about inflation risk. The metals market clearly does not. There are range possibilities. We'll download these. Download this one. Run it hot. This is Krivorotsky. Notes. Yesterday and today. Krivorotsky. Sorry, I'm reading what you guys are putting in the Discord. I'm reading what you guys are talking about right now. Just one quick second here. The stream is not on YouTube right now. What do you mean stream's not on YouTube? Is it not on YouTube? Let me just check. Thanks for saying something. I will see if it's playing or not. I'm a little behind real quick here, guys. I just went from a private stream to a public stream. I've got it on. Bill Clinton on the run. So bad. Why is the chat not up? Why is there no chat right now? Hold on, I got to cycle through some stuff here, guys. Why is the chat not working? This is really weird. I've got like, is YouTube working or not? I've got it working on my end. Let me just check something here. Clinton on the lamb. Hold on here, guys. I'm just gonna make sure this is all working. I might have some lag going on in the background. Streamlabs hates switching from a private stream to a public stream. It's like a nightmare. My camera turned off again, and then I was having some issues here. Just hang tight here, guys. All right, hold on here. Let me just go through some of these questions you guys have here. I'm trying to catch up really quick. Presidential resistance, and futile and all that. Now continuing. Thanks, Pesky Boo Pesky B. Thanks for the Ford update. CVD on highs, NVIDIA ramping. Yeah, Bill Clinton's on the run. Hold on a second here. 7,000 SPX today. I don't think so. I mean, I can't say no to like not front running SCOTUS decision. We'll review what's coming out tomorrow. Because tomorrow we still have PPI at 8:30 in retail sales month over month. Retail sales is normally like a bear holiday. We could be pinned in here. We've had 2 dumps today. I will say that both dumps have been bought like nobody's business. Nobody fucking cares. It's just like buy everything. Any low gets bought, right? Um, hold on one second here. Public now. Can you take a look at A Lab? Yep, I can take a look at A Lab. Fucking love that stock. Oh fuck yeah, Bio. Good job there, Winky. BBNX. We'll take a look at that one. BBNX. You don't think the stream is on YouTube? I just checked that it is on. I'll share with you the YouTube link right now. I've got it as active. I've got 0 viewers. I don't know why. It's a public stream. Let me just check here. Why it wouldn't be showing up on YouTube? Did my channel get blocked? Maybe it's possible. It's possible that my channel is being blocked. Let me just check this really quick. No shit. It's not. You can't see it. I don't see it on YouTube right now. Hold on here. Let me check. Oh, wait a minute. No, not Tasty Trade. I don't want to fucking go to Tasty Trade. God damn it. Okay, so what is going on here that why is it's live? What is why is it not public? Hold on here. Oh, unlisted. Public. Publish. For some reason it's unlisted still. I don't know why. I flipped it to public, but fucking like right now, like I don't know if it's like everything's using AI. I don't know if it's just like Windows is using AI, fucking YouTube's using AI, everybody's using AI. So it's making these like decisions for you in the background, and there's no way out of there's no way escaping the garbage that LLMs are. I'm sorry, they're garbage. They really are. I mean, I get the idea behind it. Humans will make enough mistakes that AI will have a lower rate of mistakes, but they're still mistakes. There's not a human there checking. That's the problem for me. It should be live now. I just made it public on the back end. Okay, so I did post a couple Rich Pavorsky highlights in there. I read something on a news feed from Gamma Lab. Posted those white papers because of this. Okay, let's see. Thank you for saying something, parlays. X is available. Not seeing stream on YouTube. If you're watching on a unpreferred platform, I just fixed YouTube in the background. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Pavorsky also goes on to say something else. Just check a few of these things here. That was yesterday with Pravorsky. I gave you yesterday's Pravorsky and then today's Pravorsky. There you go, Ford. Get back up there. You guys asked about two stocks. Let's look at A-Lab and what's the other one? BBNX. Let's go bottom right-hand side. Let's go A-Lab first. Okay, this is, we're going to go look at A-Lab really quick. Is that A-Lab? Okay, so this is what we've got here for A-Lab. This is the last time. Where's my fucking camera? God damn it. God. There we go. I can't stand this new AI shit. Okay, so this is what we had for A-Lab. This is what we tracked. This is what we tracked for A-Lab here. This is where I left you last on A-Lab. We did the thing, didn't we? So we did the thing in here. We went up 1, 2, we ground, and we went up. We traded that. Awesome sauce. Burr, yes. Now, what happens from here? What happens from here? If I had any kind of an idea of what happens here, I like being able to see this stuff. So the thing that gets me on this is we're at the end of the year, right? So, or not end of the year, excuse me, end of the season, right? January, February, March, we should sell. So A-Lab, what looks logical here is you've got your 1, 2, 3 down move, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 4. You get 1, 2, 3, 4. You could actually count that, but basically this is your correction, right? Pretty easy, right? And then on A-Lab, I would expect some kind of a move that's like this, right? You're going to come back up here. You're going to fight for all this stuff up here. And you're likely going to fail, and you're going to get a double correction. So you're going to get 1, 2, and 3. You'll close this one out, and then we're out of here. It's something like that. Does that make sense? So I'll draw this for you right now, as this should look. So you've got your pumperoonie up here, right? You got your high. And I want this to look more like this here. You've got your low, right? Up here, some kind of a failure. And then this down here. I would like to see $60 on A-Lab. I don't know if I can get it. This is June. I'm going to leave this right here. Where's June? Right there. Okay, can you see that? This is like a basic outline as to what to expect. Now, this thing can end. This can end anywhere in here, right? This can end up here. It can end right here. Close the gap right there. So we'll do it right about there. Right about there. Now, can A-Lab go higher? Yes. Normally what will happen in these double corrections is you'll get like, in these double corrections, you'll get at least one more chance to get out before the roll. Normally give you at least one more chance. Now, what we want to be looking at here is, let's have a look at this really quick on a 4-hour. Let's just take a peek here. It's really long in the tooth on the hourly right now. It's still an accumulate. This is really nice to see right here. You know, it makes me wonder if A-Lab will run a little bit later here. You see this? If A-Lab can actually hold on here. This looks pretty good for A-Lab in terms of like an alternate trade. Like, will this go down with risk off into the market? Let's look at this real quick. This is a little long in the tooth, so we'll refine this a little bit. It's a little long in the tooth here. So we'll move this over here. I can't guarantee we get down here because I'll be honest with you, I don't know if we can get down there. The daily and weekly accumulation on this on a daily basis, the weekly accumulation is fucking solid. So I don't know if we can actually get down here. Maybe we'll leave it here just in case. But this is a little long in the tooth, so I would suspect here that we have the prior high right here. This is nice accumulation in here. I just want to see this one right here. So you got, this would be one move right here. Let me just leave this behind for a minute. So you got this one right here. Lower high right here. Okay, it's making sense. Well, I don't know. That's kind of tight, guys. This is hard to read right now. This is really kind of weird because you got the low right here, or this would be, this is your low, because everybody bought. That didn't break. This is one move right here. So I would think that this is a run here to get above. That's 200. That makes sense. There's 200 right there. And then this is your base right here. There. That's 150. There's one. There's two. And I don't think you get past that. That's my problem right here. See this right here? This is where we go. I got this. Sorry, I got to look at this stuff pretty closely here. I think you're going to correct something like this, and then you're going to dump. It could be a slow roll, but something like this. Yeah, it's going to be right in there. 232. How about 222 right there? Something like this right here. Only issue I have is look to add May and June, or April and June. I would say late April. And the next one is BBNX. Okay, now BBNX. We drew this one out for BBNX just so you can see it. Who asked about BBNX? Who asked about BBNX? Doing that one now. Okay, so BBNX. Let's take a look at this one. We talked about buying this one back in September, October down here. So you can see it. We have this one right here. And it dumped down here. Where is it right now? Got this one up here, and we've got $30, or we have $29.95 as a target up here. Now, we also said in here to look for dips to buy along the way. You can see it down here, and we have alerts set still at $13 and $16. And there's something else to note here, too. I want you to look at something very close here. This is expensive, right? This is cheap. And this is where you're buying the dips, somewhere in here. Now, why do we have these alerts set down here? You know why that is? Because the trade began over here. Okay. So you're getting 5 waves up. And then you're looking for where did the trade begin? And where would you expect the next buy to be on BBNX? So if the trade began right here, where do you expect the next buy opportunity on BBNX? Anybody? Down here. Right in this vicinity right here. So what you're looking for, when you're looking for in this stuff is like this. Let's say you're in decline. 2, 3, this way. It wouldn't look like this, believe it or not, but say we're in decline. Oh, come on. Something like this, right? Let's just say this is it. Okay. And you get this thing right here. We're big decline, right? We're consolidating, right? We got a little bit of dip down there. Oh, fake out down there, consolidating. And then eventually we break above. So this one right here, you see that mark? We're above the prior high right here, right? So what you do in these kind of things is you're going to make like a diamond. Just like that. So why does this matter? So you've got you beat the prior high, right? You do not want to break the low, right? The prior high, the prior low. This could actually come down all the way down here and still be considered like viable. Let me just redraw that. But you get the new high right here. I don't like doing that at all. I kind of like it like this. Okay. And what you're doing is you're counting either a series of 2 kinds of trades here. You're either going to be doing a 5 wave, which is 1, 2, right? Without getting rid of that one there, right? This is usually the biggest one. You never want to violate this. I think it's like you never want to violate the half or something, and then you get your last one right there. Basically like this, or you're looking for something that's like 1, 2, and 3, and then this becomes a corrective move to go lower. Make sense? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is why your best trade is always this right here. It's where all the money is. Highest rates of win percentage is in the middle wave. Okay? This is your FOMO kicks in here. You're the supply to go down. Sometimes we begin to fail. I'm not going to discuss how this happens, but we're not going to get into that here today. But the greater point is this. So when you have this 5-wave structure, right? When you have this 5-wave structure up here, which BBNX did, you're then looking for some kind of a corrective move. Okay? Now that corrective move can be small. It can be small if we hold above this here. We don't make a new low. If you begin to see the new high in the establishment here, I would prefer it to be like this. But if you see this here, this gives you the ability to take a long. Does that make sense? This is your first wave. And this gives you the opportunity to, hey, we're going to get long here. And I'm going to make the biggest money right in here. Does that make any sense? Now, these double corrections can turn into a larger correction. They can go bam down here, right? And then all the way back to right about here. This is why, this is a good example right here. This is why we're always looking for, this is why we're always, we know this is coming. This is why we're waiting for that new high to get long. Because if you come back down and we blast through and then reject and start going lower, that's bad, right? Bad. Now, even if it's bad, what are we looking for? We're going to be looking here, and we're going to be looking not so much here, but right here. So they instigated the trade. This is the smart money, called smart money. And smart money is patient. They're always down here. Always. They're always down there. They're always fucking waiting for the cheapest shit. Now, that smart money will chase if they see this. You see that new high? Smart money will come right back up and they'll buy that. But as a matter of, I want to say ethics, but cheapness, this is where CJJ lives. So like, if you're like, where's CJJ's line? It's right here. But CJJ is, if I'm buying this right here, and this is where smart money is, smart money and CJJ will identify this and move higher if they need to. Does that make sense? So let's go back and look at BBNX. This is actually a good example. Fucking looks beautiful. This is like that's a great, if you don't understand anything about this stuff, it's an easy, simple top line way to look at this. So let's go back and look at BBNX. So why did we draw this? Get rid of all this. All this, because this is a lot of work we put into this, right? So let's go back and look over here. So if this did not drop, what are we looking for? What are we looking for? We're looking for the high up here. We have our target, right? And we would be looking for this to be held here, right? And we'd be looking for a correction of some kind, right? 1, 2, and 3. And we'd be looking for, to even get long again, we'd be looking for a new high, right? And then hold this and start moving higher. Green. And you would be buying or entering long where? You'd be entering long on you've got the prior, let's say you have a bump right here, right? You'd have the new high right here, prior high, new high, and you'd want to be buying this right here. Make sense? So you're a buyer here. And CJJ knows that it's over here. This is CJJ's used call lot. But if you'd bump this up, CJJ would swing up and smart money. So smart money is still lower, aren't they? Smart money is over here. This is where the dip was bought. This is where smart money lives. I'll show you where smart money is. There's smart money. Smart money moves up to right here. And if this took place here, the down move, let me get rid of this. If we had this down move right here and this new high, where would smart money go? It would smooth all the way up here and buy the dip. Make sense? So why do we have alerts down here? Because smart money did not have a reason to move higher yet, did they? So they're still down here, aren't they? So smart money is right here. And they're waiting for price to come to them or show that you're supposed to get long again. So was there a dip buy in smart money? No. Or was there a dip buy over here? No. Was there a correction over here? No. Was there a new high? Was there a bottom and a new high to get long and follow your rules? The answer is no. So smart money is right here. So BBNX for the next trade, where would it be? How do you know if this is bottom on BBNX? The same rules here as up here. Same rules. So what are we looking for on BBNX? We're going to go to a 4-hour. Like this might not be bottom. This may not be bottom. It's the same rules, though, that you're following. We know that there will be buyers here. We know that the buyers are likely at $13.27. We traded a low of $15.92. So $15 is an auto buy, but will it hold? I don't know. It could it could come down here. You can auto buy up here, and then it's actually down here before we go higher. We don't know, do we? No idea. We know these guys are down here. We just don't know if this is just a continuation of degrossing, right? Could go lower. So the first thing we're going to look at here, following our rules as we do, you want to look at first things first. What is going on up here? We have a series of lower highs on weekly. We have degrossing. You can see it right here. We could potentially go up a little bit more, but we even have an example of new lows down here. So you come up into March, April, maybe we squeeze, but then back down into May, June. So we can set some alerts down here. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go right here. I'm going to add an alert. Velocity band crossing horizontal line, crossing down. Once per minute, we're going to create an alert right here. Okay. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to look right here. We're going to go to a 1 hour, or we're going to go to a 30-minute basis and just see what happens here. What does this look like on a 30-minute basis? And we do not have a higher low on daily velocity here. You see that? There's no higher low on daily velocity here. You can actually see it, the degrossing here all the way back, right? So we knew that there would be some weakness here a long time ago, even though we're in a 5-wave structure. We knew that there's still some degrossing going on over here. And what else can we see here? We're kind of near a bottom, but not exactly on a 30-minute basis. Kind of, but not exactly. So let's look back over here. And let's look at this right here. I would suspect that this is going to be your no-go zone. This is your fuck you line right here. It makes sense. Your weekly is turning down. And this dip was not bought down here. It was violent, straight down to the downside. But we've got some more information. Let's go to an hour. What do we got going on here? Hey, we got some marks here. Check it out. We have not made a new high yet. You got 1, 2, and 3. And you got this one right here. This one matters. We'll write IP for inflection point. This is also a halfback trade right here. And if this is just a corrective motion, I would expect something like this. And then continuation lower. But I don't like that weekly. I don't like it. There's the initiation of the trade. There it is right there. What I would say to you is this. I would say to you that I'm going to expect that this gets dragged down here and does not release until a significant amount of time. Do you see this right here? See how long that took to regain itself? And I would expect something similar there. So that's really June. You see that there? There's June. This is April. And here's the you shall not pass line in here. Hold on, I got some of my phones blowing up here. I gotta check my daughter. She's at the dentist again. So the idea here is you're likely gonna see some kind of an up move. Grind right where they should be, and they're gonna start accumulating again. You'll begin to break out in April, come back down here, start breaking out again up here, somewhere, something like just like this. And the other thing you want to be paying attention to here is in this accumulation, this is going to be big here. So you've got your June, July, and then one more down move right here. I'll show it to you right now. And you're going to draw your next triangle. This would be like the what do you call it's there? The summer doldrums. And there is your come on. This is where the scene of the crime is. So you got 1, 2, 3. 4.5 into end of year. If that makes any sense. And there's your 59 right there. Does that make kind of sense to you now? And I bet if you go just like this, there it is right there. It's your end of year. And then maybe one more bump up into the beginning of January. You can kind of see it right there. And I want you to think about they're buying this. They're likely going to step in and buy this right here, the next one. This one right here. They'll buy this one right in there. They'll be accumulating there. So they accumulate here, and they accumulate right here. Do you see it? Here, and here. Now they can come up if we hold this right here. We start doing this one. They'll swing up. CJJ will swing up and he'll grab it right here. So all in all, I would say look for a low to begin accumulating right now, right where you are at $15. You could also buy all the way down to $11.20. We're trading $17.40 right now. In between now and March, or in between net, where? Hold on a second here. Where's March? Should move that one over a little bit, but in between now and March 20th, you're looking for some kind of, we can get this even smaller here. One right there. This is your May. Some kind of fuck you no in here. I bet you we grind like this. Just grind, sell you down. One more low. There's your $11. Close the gap. Now, there is something to be said about this. If you can regain the daily trigger and weekly trigger, you're able to get up here like this. I would be interested in that trade, but I don't think you're gonna. I think it's gonna be like a halfback trade. I think you're gonna grind up, and then I think they're gonna sell you down, and then you're gonna grab this one, and then your summer trade is on. That's what I think happens. I could be wrong in this. There could be a trade in here that's there could be a trade in here for this one right here. There could be a trade where it goes up, comes back up, and then starts fading, closes the entire gap, and then it starts fading down. But I'm more interested in this stock accumulating here and accumulating here. So rather than sell this one, I'm just thinking buy here, and no matter what the outcome is, if it's something where you get this one here, fuck yeah, do it, take the money and run, and you're going to get another dip buy down here. So accumulate for a print into end of year of $50, $48.48. Maybe you'll get $60 in the end of year. But you're in the right place right now for it. That's BBNX. Does it make any sense? I'll draw this a second way here. Hold on. This is your second but unlikely outcome. I don't think you're going to get that one, but maybe. I think you stall. So there's your higher high and your higher high, but still up, up, down. I think you're in some consolidating. What's going on? You can't speak right now? I can hear you over there. What's going on? Come into Daddy's office. Can you not speak right now? We'll see how this one plays out. We'll see if everybody follows along on this one. You guys are still trying to buy the... Hey, how you doing, boo-boo-doos? What's going on with you? Your what? You can't pronounce your S and P's? F and P. Does that make sense to you guys? So all that is complete. You get a nice discount down here. You can kind of see discount. Maybe you can get down there. Can't guarantee it, but there is another outcome here if we level up over here at any point. But you see the level up right there. There's the level up. This is when you start leveling up over here. When you start creating a new zone to trade. We'll leave that. Save that shit so nobody comes back and says it in. Draw it out for them. Okay, what's going on with SPY right now? Are you guys still buying the fucking dip on SPY? Ah, damn. Let's look at SPX really quick. You guys are killing me. Hold on a second here. You guys are killing me. How many of you guys are getting eaten alive today? Let's look at this closer. You guys are killing me. Hey, oh, do we get it? Well, let's look at this at 1 hour. No, they're still smashing and bashing over here, huh? They're still smashing and bashing you over here. We talked earlier this morning on a private stream. About selling the open. And I said to the stream this morning, the private stream, I said, don't buy that. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna hit these white lines, And these white lines are just telling you we're going to go higher, but then it's going to ramp down to this downside into Wednesday at 10 a.m., and then we're going to go higher. Okay? So let's go. Oh, let me delete some of this stuff. We'll go, not delete, but like I want to show you where the white lines are. Hold on here. Hold on a second here. Okay, so here's the trigger screen. We drew this out earlier just so you can see it, the lines over here. Do you see it right there? I'll show it to you again. Right there. Now, what we were saying was we want to tag these white lines right here. You see these white lines? Those white lines right there. All that does is tell you that we're going to go up here, okay? So we're going to hit this white line next, just so you know. We're going to hit this white line right here. We're going to hit this one. We'll come back up. We'll sweep lower. We'll grab this, so this white line means we can go lower. And this white line means higher later. Watch, I guarantee we're going to trade we're going to trade 692.17 likely. We'll trade like this 617, right? Yeah, we'll trade this right here, slam into that one, go back up here, come back down here, and the door is now open to trade higher for the 10th. You guys are probably getting annihilated, so you guys have no patience here. So we had this one here. I think we had this one drawn in like this, and then like this, and then like this. Something like this. I think we had it drawn in. If you watched the private show earlier, I drew this in just like this. And then the SCOTUS decision is tomorrow morning, and the dip buy is somewhere down in here. Somewhere down in here. We got to hit this one, though. We got to hit this. There's one right here, but there's another one lower. It's like right here. There it is. It's this one right here. We haven't hit it. I said I got it wrong. 692. So we need to do this one right here, 692. And then we'll reject this and head lower into tomorrow. It'll be something like this right here. Somewhere in there. We're going to hit 692 to the button. And then that'll open the door to new lows, and then we'll unwind this. Now this could be today at the close. Now this could take place. They could attempt right now to like run this down into the bell, and then they unwind. This is front running volatility. So this could happen. This can happen like today down here or the open tomorrow. It's either down here now or down here tomorrow. So we'll actually draw it like this. Just so you guys can tag that one and then blast down. So it's either going to be right now, or it's going to be up here and then down when you wake up tomorrow morning. It's one or the other. Then we got SCOTUS. 690.63 is where I am. But you could add here. I don't think it really matters if you're adding here or not. I mean, what is this? Is what 692, 690? It ain't gonna fucking matter. And that's why people are buying. I want you to know that the reason people are buying here is because they don't care about $2. They're going to buy this, buy that, and they'll buy this too. So they'll just buy it for $2. They want in early. Where I am, I'm down here. This is where I am, right here. Right down in here. Somewhere in here. We'll just leave that right there. That's where Jim James is, right there. We'll go to a 1 minute here. Let's go see where we are. Wait a minute. I'm losing some of my... Leave that over there. Leave this over here. And it's almost 1:30. Another half hour, we're going to start another candle. Start another candle here at SCOTUS down here. Shit doesn't work like we're trying to like. Guys are always too goddamn early. Too early. Bears know this. Bears are like, he knows. Don't fuck with it yet. They're not done. And they're not going to leave anything to. We'll leave this right here for you. We'll go one more down over here, either now or in tomorrow's open. You guys are so goddamn wrong. No patience. Be patient. Please, for the love of Pete, be patient. They're just roping y'all in right now. What am I doing here? Oh, get over there. Oh, oh. Whoa, look at that. Whoa. Ooh. Just floating around right now. I don't see a bottom yet. I don't see a fucking bottom. Oh, God. Here's a 4. Just touch it. Touch that fucking white line right there. Touch that goddamn white line. just ragdolling y'all. Here's 130. We'll move this over just a little bit more right about there. And we'll hopefully open that door. Hopefully we'll wait a minute, put this over here. Right there. Open that door right there. Send that shit lower. Fucking bears want to get the volatility up and they want to out before fucking SCOTUS. The Bears learned on Monday. Was it Monday? They're like, fuck it, we're gonna send this fucking thing down early. We ain't waiting for your SCOTUS bullshit. Because you can't really be short for SCOTUS. You can't really. Come on, one more. Go one more. 1, 2, and 3. Oh, that's 1, 2 right there. So if that's not 1, 2, then 1, 2, and 3. There might be a little pump here. Watch out for a pump. It's up here. It's probably 1, 2, and then 3. And you can see it right here. See the trigger cluster right here? Watch out for one more sell up here. There's a big boy right here. There's a big fucking sell right here. Watch out. It'll squeeze and then it'll blast down. This shit's fucking hilarious. This is all like when you hit 700. The private stream got this already this morning. Every time you get that fucking, if you're watching that private stream this morning, every time we go up there and hit those numbers, it's going to be like this. It's going to be like, take the money and run. Get me out of this market. This should last. Stuff like this should last into whatever the top is from now into March. We should encounter the same behavior in the market. If we trade 705, 715, 748, same shit. You're gonna see just this price action right here. Back to high of day? Likely not. I would expect us to fade sideways and down into at least the close. It's either going to be the close or the open tomorrow. I wish, God, I spent my whole day blabbing. I wish I was able to trade this today and make some money, but whatever. It's what it is. I haven't traded shit today. I haven't done a goddamn thing. Whatever. It's whatever it is. What else we have here? I'm going to read some shit to you from the squawker here. Anything that's important here. U.S. officials say Greenland action come within weeks or months. There ain't nothing coming of Greenland. The only thing that's going to come of Greenland, maybe move some troops there, but there's no action or nothing. Or when they're being very, like USA Today, don't trust that headline. The headline is garbage. Like the U.S. could, the couldas, shouldas, wouldas, maybe, possibly. The USA could take action. What's action? Anybody out there know what action means? I don't. So that's another bullshit term. And then they said in weeks and months. What's months? 1 month? 6 months. We're in January right now. You could theoretically call months 11 months from now. That's the election. So be very careful of the headlines you're reading right now about Greenland. Very suspect. It's pinging all my alarm bells. Alarm bells going off in my head with that headline. Senators introduced Trump-backed credit card competition act. I'm interested to read that. What the actual details are, I will look at that tonight. What is the credit card competition act? I'll read that this evening. And the reason I'll read that is because you can't trust them either. If you read the verbiage on that credit card competition act, there's probably some way to fuck you as the consumer. It's very rare that the consumer does not get fucked in something like that. If you for a minute think that bill, whatever it is, will pass in its form, you're out of your fucking skulls. Maybe, but there's the idea that you're gonna get something out of that without getting fucked at some point is very low. So I will read it this evening, and that doesn't mean that credit card completion act, when it passes, won't be porked out, fucked you out, whatever it may be. But I will read it this evening. I guarantee that fucking bill does not leave. Does not leave or get passed without fucking you and I, okay? Guaranteed. I'll guarantee it right now. I was going to say I'll suck myself off. I don't know if I can. I think I possibly could. I'll suck myself off on camera if they don't try to fuck you and I in that bill. What else? Senator, this is all bullshit. Trump on USMCA. Canada wants it. We don't need it. That's false. We need Canada and Mexico in USMCA. That's another false statement. There's a lot of bullshit being spread today. The USMCA, Trump might be saying that because we're building factories in the U.S., but in truth, we are going to need the U.S. We're going to need. You can't even get a fucking Trump phone built in the United States. Trump said that he was going to give you a fucking Trump phone from the U.S. Horseshit. You ain't getting shit from the U.S. They changed the website to say that the Trump phone is now proudly American, no longer being built in the U.S. And that fucking phone hasn't even gone public yet. So he's out of his fucking skull. He's using that statement as a negotiating tool. We need Canada. We need to whip them into shape, of course. We need to whip Mexico into shape. But the USMCA, we need to we need Mexican and Canadian and Americans building or the manufacturing capacity um, to meet the fucking consumer demands of you and I. We can't control ourselves. We need new water bottles. We need new clothes. We need throwaway clothes. We need throwaway garbage from Temu and what all the other shit that we buy and destroy and whatever, like destroy, or not even destroy. We wear them 3 times and uh, they fucking fall apart. Unless you're buying something really nice. So that's horse shit. Another horse shit post or news. Senators reintroduce. What else we got here? Trump, we have a bad Fed chair. Okay, yesterday he said he had no idea if the Fed chair was good or bad. Today he thinks it's good. Trump, the Fed chair pick will be in the next few weeks. I hope the fucking God that Jerome stays on the board. I do. I hope he stays on the fucking board. And I also, I'll make another prediction. Whoever the fuck that chair is, I told you this last year. You'll be cutting into this summer. You'll be cutting into this summer, and then you'll be hiking. Well, they'll let it run hot, and then you'll be hiking thereafter. So it ain't gonna matter who the fucking Fed chair is. In that fucking Fed chair, I guarantee you, will be hiking at some point this year, even if it's end of year or beginning of 27. And he's going to tell Trump to go fuck himself, guaranteed. And they're going to reestablish Fed independence. That will happen. So that doesn't mean anything. More bullshit. U.S. 30-year bond yield, 4.825. Forecast is 4.733. That's not good. That means they want more. They want more money because of the dangers ahead. What else do I got for you guys at this point? Let me go through some of this stuff. Hold on here. There's no way we don't get fucked in that stuff. Not all fear is dead. The most recent pickup in SKU continues. This is actually the biggest consecutive pickup in SDEX since November sell-off in markets. Oh, God. Gold and Japan 10-year continue moving in very close tandem. What else we got here? U.S. retail equity inflows at largest levels since November. Oh, yeah. I'm reading this about retail flows. Yeah, they're buying everything. What else they got here? What's our boy Nick Timros doing? CPI was milder than expected. It's going to get even milder I'll tell you something else. If tariffs get struck down, CPI should fucking crater. As we cut into it. Leave that up for you guys there. You can see that right there. Jerome has done a great job. I have mixed feelings on Jerome. I've been back and forth with him over the years. I don't know why they're coming after him for the building. The building was paid for from the Fed. That's not tax dollars that's paying for that. I don't think. I think that's money the Fed makes. Plus construction costs have gone through the roof. Has Jerome Powell done a good job? I don't know. I think he's had some real bad missteps. I don't know if it's real bad, but when some people say it's really bad what he did during COVID, I'm not so sure on that. I remember the body bags. We took out a lot of fucking people in COVID. No one wants to talk about that. COVID killed a fuck ton of society. That was real. I have mixed feelings on the COVID thing. I think like hindsight on that is tough to do. I like him and then I hate him and then I like him and then I hate him. I was a little shocked. I was a little shocked at his last couple meetings. His last couple FOMCs, he extended an olive branch to Trump, and Trump still shat on him, which Trump does. Trump is known for like he'll throw anybody under a fucking bus. When times are good and he's with you, times are good for you, but he'll throw anyone under a bus. The last two Fed meetings, in my viewpoint, I was not happy with Jerome. I was very angry. I felt like he was placating the White House. Now, do I like him again with what he did this week? I don't know. I don't know if I have an opinion on that. I think more along the lines of greed. And I think these guys are all greedy. They'll do whatever it takes to break it. They'll take it all the way up and then they'll break it, send it all the way down. They'll do the same thing. You know what's fucking crazy is what Trump is doing is very similar to what Argentina did or does. Like you smash your currency and then you build infrastructure, then you smash your currency, then you do it repeatedly. A lot of Americans, or a lot of the world and Americans, seem to think that the dollar is going to collapse or whatever. I don't. I think it's a very common thing to like destroy your currency, and then you bring your currency right back up again. You take those cheap dollars and you start paying down your debt. You pay for building and stuff, and then you raise your currency again. So your dollar goes farther to pay it all back. But I'm not. I can't say it's like good or bad or I hate or like Jerome. It's a hard thing to do, or for me to make an opinion on Jerome. Sometimes I like him and sometimes I hate him. I think I go back and forth. Does anybody else? Am I the only one out there in this world that thinks that he tried to placate Trump last two Fed meetings? That's how I feel. I was disgusted at the last two Fed meetings, but I think Trump has thrown him under a bus so much that he's like, "Oh fuck you! I'm not taking my olive branch back." That's how I feel about it right now. Dude, just touch the fucking white line. Touch the goddamn white line. Touch the fucking white line and open the door down below. So I can get a fucking better dip by for SCOTUS. The other thing here too is keep in mind is if SCOTUS does not strike down tariffs, what are the outcomes? I'm going to repost this for you right now. I'm going to repost this reaction function for you again on SCOTUS. I think it's right here. I hope that SCOTUS. I think SCOTUS is going to strike it down, and then I think they strike it down, but I think they have a way to get out of it. I think they're going to wait until after the election. I'm on team like strike down. I'm going to tell you exactly what I think. You guys want to know what I think happens? You want to know what Jim James thinks? I think they're going to strike it down with conditions. Like there'll be some rules. Like it could be like, well, we're going to strike it down, but you can keep tariffs in place, but we want you to send it to the Senate and Congress, or Senate and House, right? Required, and we'll revisit this. I think that Trump will initially be quiet. I think he's going to let dipshits put their foot in their mouths, and then he's going to attack those people and say, look. And what he's going to try to do is he's going to try to swing, not his base, he's going to try to swing the conservative Republican and the middle of road voter that did not come out for him in this last general election. I think he's going to try to appease those people to get them to come out and vote. He doesn't have that choice in this midterm because you're going to get a wave of people that are pissed off. He needs to he needs to keep home. No, not keep home. He needs to keep home the Democrat in the midterms that is watching. They might come out, but they don't want those Democrats that 20. We had like a 30% turnout for voters. We want of eligible voters. We don't want the top 10% to come back for Democrats. And you want to bring in the voter for the you want to bring in the voter that didn't vote for Republicans for him. So if I was Trump, I would shit on those people when they come out and talk tomorrow, and then I would appease not my base, but the voter that didn't come out for the general election, and try to make them vote for me in the midterms. And then I think he can then blame the Senate for not passing the other plan they have for collecting these tariffs. You'll get those reinstated sometime between now and like late summer or early fall in some form. You should see inflation crater, and then you'll see inflation begin to ramp again when they bring this back up again. Summertime at some point. That should be the low. We'll run it hot, and then it'll be a shit show when we get into next year. I don't know if Trump will do the. I think you're going to deal with a bunch of court cases too. I think also once all that shit and volatility gets pushed away, then we go back into hammering people with tariffs, like China in particular. I'm not on team tariffs are upheld. I think it's going to be like a decision with rules that kicks it back to the Senate. I think they could stay in place somewhat, as long as he takes it back to the Senate to make a decision. Some kind of pause, though, too. No new tariffs are allowed in that same time period. That's what I'm on. And I think he'll get the. By the way, if that does happen, I think the House and the Senate, ready for this one? I don't think it fucking matters who the party is in control. I think those things. I think the House and Senate are on board on that thing. I was thinking his Truth Social tweet yesterday said the same thing. He's basically telling you that all these like money men and power brokers and corporations and industry and even your fucking favorite elected official, even if you're the opposition, they're paid for. All of them. You're a Democrat. I'm telling you what, if you're a fucking Democrat out there, that whole fucking party needs routed. To be honest with you. Fucking routed. You need an opposition party inside of the DNC. Corporate Democrats need to go. And I don't know if the Dems can do that. Fucking can't fight our way out of a fucking wet paper bag. Oh, so annoying. Democrats, man. What are you doing to me? God. I never had a chance to long it. Yeah, I like we've never had that show. We've never done the show where if you want to know how fucking angry I am at my own party, it's like, oh, people are like, he sounds like MAGA or he sounds like he's Republican. I told like, I'm more liberal than you'll ever believe. I just, my own party is, I became disenfranchised with my party when we ran Hillary Clinton. And it has not ceased since then. And my own party hates me. They've hated me since that time. I remember the Bernie Bros. That was all bullshit. I don't want to go into it here. My own party is so fucking God. Well, I'll bite my tongue. I know that's what a MAGA would say. Well, like MAGA's they're populists, so their populists will always have overlap with all kinds of different thoughts and ideas, and you can't hammer it out. You guys should look up populist politics. It's wild to read about it. So you can sometimes sound like MAGA even though you're not. Even on that tone, like I'm a nationalist, but not like I don't want to say it, but not like MAGA's a nationalist. So it can come off as you are, but you're not. The Democrats, the surprising, if I had one thing to say, when a populist is in power, it's very easy for the opposition party to take those populist ideas and flip them on the populist and get them out. I don't know why the Dems aren't doing that. I'm assuming that's because they're in this. They're in it. Know those feelings? I'm an angry Dem. I've been an angry Dem though for years. I've been angry for a long, long time. And they brought Bloomberg in. My sister-in-law, I'll tell you a funny story. My sister-in-law, I'm not going to tell you which one, but one of my sister-in-laws, she did the just vote for her and just vote for him. This was even the first time Biden ran. I was like, bullshit, this is getting stuffed down my throat again. It's like, fuck you. She's eating those words today. No, at least I vote, though. I do vote. That's why I'm not as mad as some people are. I'm not mad because I vote. I vote every election. I vote in my locals. I vote in everything. That's why I'm not as angry as everybody. I did my job. If you're a Democrat out there, fuck you. I did my job. I fucking vote. Thanks, the director. All they got to do is vote. It's that fucking simple. And they don't. Nobody does. Nobody votes. Then they whine, bitch, and moan on the internet and cry. I'm like, stop crying. Go vote. I don't care about anything but you voting. Because I have no time if you don't vote, I have no time for you. Zero. I don't care why. I don't care. That's me. That's not like Jim James on the show. This is just my own private life. I got no fucking time for you if you don't vote. I don't want to hear anything. Or run for office. That's another thing that bugs the fuck out of me. That bugs the fuck out of me. Nobody runs. And that goes for all parties, right? I think that crosses party lines. I'm shocked that we're all electing like fucking 80-year-old men and shit. I'm like, what the fuck are we doing? You guys hate boomers, right? But then you vote for boomers? Fuck are you doing? Like, I don't understand it. I can't wrap my head around it. Or you don't vote. And I realize it's costly to enter politics these days, but dude, you guys got the internet. Even if you're MAGA or you're Republican or conservative, liberal, Democrat, anarchist, communist, I don't give a fuck what you are. I'm shocked that there aren't more grassroots movements to run for office as a group. I'm assuming it's the parties that don't want that, but I am shocked in this day and age that you can't put together a bunch of fucking, I don't know, 40, 50, and 60-year-olds to start disrupting in a major way. Instead, you get like MAGA storming the Capitol building, and you get fucking Democrats fucking marching in the streets. I'm like, if you put just that energy into running some candidates, you'd probably be both better off. I'm shocked at all that inability right now to get down and trade that white line right. That's 692 untouchable. That's a nice move right here. This is good. I like that. See if they can put together a rally into the close. So here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See if they can get one more test right here. Whoop. I don't know. The world is weird today. I don't understand the world. I really don't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'd be a nice trade right there. Might be able to get one more banger right here. There's a trap in here. I'm counting 5 already. I got that's the higher low. That's the low right there. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, and back down again. But this would be a dope trade. I don't think it's worth taking, but there is a sweet ass trade up here. It would take a longer time to get there, but there is a fucking baller trade right there. It's very risky though. Don't take it. It's not worth taking. It's a trap in here. So don't take that. Too dangerous. Even if it goes up, it's too dangerous. It's a trap. Probably had a bunch of those earlier today too. A bunch of those same traps. There's a trap in here though. We'll move this over. Move that over again. There's a trap in there. Even if we squeeze up there, it's a trap. It's this one right here. It's trappy. Even if you make it, it doesn't matter. The risk to reward is not worth the trade, in my view. 5-minute trigger's coming down through the half hour right now. It's trappy. You could trade this on a 10-second chart. You could trade that in a 10-second chart, but I wouldn't fuck with any of that up there. Yeah, it's trappy. You see that one right there. That's the target up there. Take all your stops trade. I see the trade. I think it's dangerous. There's better trades. That goes to 1230 right in here. It's squeezable, but it's extremely dangerous. I wouldn't fuck with it. Not yet. You could probably buy the back test of it, but I wouldn't buy this part of it. You would need like to buy that, you would need like this is how dangerous it is. You could get rolled here. You get rolled there. You would literally need like the 1, the 2, and then start talking about longing that. It's like danger here, danger here. You need to do all of this to buy that over there. So it's very dangerous. Don't fuck with it. Don't do it. Please, I'm begging you, don't do it. You can do it in like 10-second charts, but that's about it. He is like what, 5'4" or something with heels on? Tom Cruise? Is he taller than Iggy Pop? Is Iggy Pop that short? I didn't know that Iggy was that short. I thought Iggy was taller. I saw him once in my life. I did see Iggy Pop when I was a kid. Is he really as short as you? I didn't know that. How tall is Tom Cruise? I bet he's 5'4" without heels. Oh, you know what makes me tall? You want to see something good? When I want to get my tall, hold on, let me see. Hold on a second here. I'll show you. I got something for you guys. When I'm looking to get tall, watch out. This is very squeezable here. Do you mind? When I'm trying to look tall, I'm already tall. I'm 6'1" and a little bit. I'm actually 6'4". I know people claim they're 6'1". They're not. I'm 6'1". But when I'm looking for that extra inch or two, like Tom Cruise does, we're talking about Tom Cruise in the Discord right now. If you're a bear, let me know. Are you going to try to sell this up here, the squeeze? Let me show you what I got here, guys. Oh, yeah. You want to see something sexy? I don't know if you can see that. Oh, yeah. I got big ass feet, too. These are 13s. You guys know what boots these are? Who knows what those boots are? Let's see if we can. But look at that fucking heel on these things. I don't know if you can see that. Look at that heel right there. That's a legit heel. I'll give you a hint. You can't see the label on this, can you? You guys know what that's a fucking beautiful boot right there. Goddamn sexy ass boot. That's a $400 boot right there. Anybody know what that boot is called? I don't know if you can see that boot. I'll give you a couple hints. The boot looks like a bozo shoe. And what other hint will I give you? There's no midsole. Anybody know what the name of that boot is? You got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. Yeah, those are Iron Rangers. Those are nice fucking boots. Those are really nice. I don't wear those to work on the house or anything. I got a pair of I also have a pair of mock toes that I work on the house with, but those boots are for those are what do you call those? Those are my pavement princess boots when I'm going out. Those aren't Chelsea's. Those are Iron Rangers. You got it. Oh, they're so fucking dope. If you ever buy a pair of Iron or anything like an Iron Ranger, they're heritage boots. Any kind of heritage boots, make sure you try them on. Do not ever believe a fitter. Always trust yourself with heritage boots you can't get no refunds. So make sure you just make sure you fit them and you wear them yourself. And I hate fitters. I feel like they're not lying. They give good insight, but you get the wrong pair of fucking heritage boots. You go buy a second and third pair. That should have run you a couple grand just to get the right ones. Oh, they're shit kickers. They're stompers. They will beat the fuck out of somebody. You get kicked with a pair of heritage boots, you're going down. You take a straight boot to the chest, you ain't getting back up. Yeah, Red Wedding Air. I think those with the kit cost me $400 and something dollars. They weren't cheap. They're nice fucking boots. If any you guys making money, you guys got Lambos and shit, get a pair of heritage boots. That's the shit that I like. Like I like that kind of shit. I'm not a fan of Lambos and stuff, but I like the like I like a really good meal. I like heritage boots. I like a nice wool blanket. I like the buy it for life crowd. That's what I do. Like you guys ever check out if you guys ever go to Reddit, go to buy it for life. You can find some sweet shit in there. Oh yeah. Yeah, those are PV boots. Shit kickers, 100%. You got some Red Wings for your work environment? Fuck yeah. Yeah, I get them for I got them because I like Chelsea's. Whoever mentioned Chelsea boots. I like Chelsea's how they slip on, but I don't like the black polyester on the sides of them. I feel like this boot is the in between everything boot. I would probably get there's a couple of the heritage firefighting boots, wilderness firefighting boots that I like too. I would wear them if I was. So what sucks about those boots, if anybody's in the military, they're very similar to jump boots. They're very, very similar to jump boots. They're almost like a military jump boot. But if you've never worn leather boots, when I was in the army, you get your military issue boots. They kind of suck. Most guys or gals and guys go to a jump boot or a jungle boot. When I was in, then the tan came into style and fashion. Now I think fucking guys are wearing Uggs and shit. Wearing a leather boot is not easy. It's very painful over time. But that's what my army experience was. So I'm used to them to an extent. Tanker boots are kind of nice. I think tanker boots led into the newest boot idea. And as a hiker, I am and some some high speed guys today wear sneakers. They'll wear Converse and shit. I wear Converse. And I am one of the I moved away from boots hiking. Now I wear Nikes or something like that. Comfortable, no ankle support unless I can get a quarter cut or 3/4 cut, like a Converse type shoe. But I do wear sneakers in the backcountry these days. Only rarely do I wear a leather boot backcountry. The only time I'll ever wear a leather boot backcountry now is hunting, breaking trail. So if you like breaking trail to go hunt, in big backcountry, I'd wear a leather boot in that environment. That's about it. Um, show more curb. What do I got here? Is that? Let me check something really quick. I got an alert going off here in the background. I've got a sell the news on Curb. CURB. I had an alert for that. Oh, I have an alert maybe to buy it again. There's a cup and handle on CURB. take the money and run and look for a dip to buy on a move higher. CURB curb. I've got some stocks for you guys. KRME NE is printing right now. Good job on KRME if you're in KRME. KRME going burr. Interested in TLN and CCON going burr too. These are all tickers we've talked about. So you guys pay for services for that stuff. We don't need services for that. It's included. Let's look at TLN really quick. We'll do a free one for the free watchers. Let's look at. We're gonna look at what's the one we're gonna look at? We're gonna look at TLN. We've already looked at them in the past, but we're gonna look at them right now. Last thing I gotta bring up. Why is it not coming up? I need to do. No, I don't want to sign in. You guys know Talon. This fucking company is baller. You want something else to trade here? Let me look at their financials really quick here. Let's look at this company really quick. This is Talon. TLN. Let's look at their this fucking company is looking dope right now. This is fucking gorgeous. I mean, tell me this isn't a gorgeous setup here. Now, check out their earnings. This is their Feb earnings right here. They blasted down. I want you to see this right here. This is February 25 earnings. They looked like they were going to pump, and they got annihilated. They look like the same thing right now. They look like this right here. Now, they were under the daily trigger here. This time, they're above the daily trigger. And they've been accumulating. Their fundamentals are great. If you check out their fundamentals, they're fucking phenomenal. They have new general counsel. It's maintained at overweight by Barclays. 3 nuclear power stocks set to flourish in 2026. This is a data center nuclear power company. Let me check this really quick. TLN. Their earnings are Feb 13. So they have time in front of them. This is nice. So their earnings are February 13th. This is their ER. Look at this consolidation in here. Consolidation, consolidation, consolidation. They have on a day, they're in accumulation mode on weekly. This is beautiful to see. See it right here? An accumulation on weekly. They're just starting to turn bullish on daily velocity. They've been bought. All this is all good. This is great. This is great right here. This is all good. Look at it on a 30-minute basis. I like all of this. The 15-minute and half hour is a little long in the tooth. Hourly has more legs. Daily is just getting started. On a 30-minute basis, this is TA or TLN. Everything looks great here. There's something else going on in TLN. Do you see it? Let's go way back down here. And what does this look like here? This looks like BBG or BBNX, right? BBNX, come down, consolidates, right? Almost like BBNX, right? Grind, 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 and then looking for that print, right? Grind, 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 looking for that print. You've got the big A right here. See the big A? Nice big fat A. That looks great. That looks beautiful. Consolidating, not giving any of this up. This whole thing looks beautiful. 1, 2, 3 right here, right? Slammed back down first time. Consolidate, 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 consolidate. Nothing given up here. They also hit 453, which implies a larger move, right? If this is the corrective move, you would expect this to trade where? Up there, right? You'd expect this to make a new high, wouldn't you? Make the new high, then base out again. That would give you your 400 base right here, right? So that accounts for the downturn in springtime. So you're up here for spring or late winter, then you're down for early spring and summer, and then you're looking for a bigger move higher, right? You got 1, 2, 3. That's your 452. There's 480. There's 500. 520. That thing's looking to move. What I would say here is bye, 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 bye. They haven't given any of this up. Just look at this closer here. So here's bottom. We have not had a new high. Let's look and see what happened in here. There's 1, 2, 3. Shows consolidation. Got a failure there. Consolidation down. Okay. 1, 2, 3. This here's another failure. 1, 2, 3. Another failure. So down. Makes sense, right? 1, 2, 3. Down. They tried it again right here, and they failed to get above this prior high right here. So down. They're going to get another chance right now. Okay, so we'll talk about this one. You have to be careful of you just see how they're not breaking above the prior high. So this is the big boy right here. This one right here. That's the you shall not pass line. You can see it way back there. That failed right there. Go back and look at this one right here. That goes right. That's the you shall not pass. And this is where have we already got 406? Yeah, we already took this one out. Okay, that's cool. That's good to see. We took that one out already. This is where the sellers are right here. Sellers are right here. Just teeing off right here. See them right in there. Okay. February 13th. Higher low. This is the new bottom right here. Failed it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 5. There, they about there, they about there. One, two, and then 3. My problem right here is this one. They want to erase all this. There it is right there. Something like this. Up, 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 down, and then huge move higher. Right there. I can see why they're talking about an explosive move up here. This fucking thing should move. I'm gonna set an alert on this line right here. Hey, what's going on there? Set an alert on this set an alert. Condition triggers. Triggers. No, not triggers. Price. Crossing down. Triggers. Monthly trigger. Great. So I think this stock grinds. You can see that there. Yeah, I know Trump's in Detroit right now. I don't care what he has to say. I went back and looked at all presidents visit the Ford plant and they all talk about their thing. And then Ford rips faces off like that day or the day after. I went back and looked. If you want, you should do this. If you're long Ford, just look up the dates that every president has visited the Ford plant. Go back and look what happened. I've already done the research. It moons. It starts ripping. Ford rips face off for like 2 to 3 weeks. This would be you would take the trade every time, even if it doesn't this time. You take the long on Ford. Oh, is he bragging? It's bizarre. So I went and looked at when he was speaking at the Ford plant, and I was like, I was looking at all. I think every president has bragged, and everything they've bragged about is no longer being done. Like I think Trump went and bragged about ventilators being built at the Ford plant, though they're not building ventilators anymore there. And then Biden went to praise electric vehicles. They're not making electric vehicles anymore. Um, so whatever Trump's talking about, I would expect this bullshit. But it's that whole rah 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 American thing. So I'll make money off that. No problemo. What are we looking for in the day? Is something like this right here. Something like this. Jackknife this down. Either today or tomorrow. My assumption here is that if I was a seller, I would want to wrap up my short into this close. I would not be caught dead short or long at 8:30 tomorrow morning. It'd be better to buy tomorrow morning. I'll say it again. Better to buy. Either the close today or tomorrow's open, better to buy. Yeah, none of this stuff. I think it's more of like a press or not press, it's like it's a press or not a press up, like a it's to rile the troops or whatever. Whoever your candidate is, your party is. I like Talent Industry or industry Talent Energy Corp. I like them. I think they're going to be a big producer over the years. If you're looking for an energy trade for build outs, I think they still have more room to run. I do have an alert set at 260 for the late spring, early summer. If we can catch that trade, if it leaves me behind and breaks away, I'm fine too. But if there's like a moment of blood in TLN, try to pick that thing up for like 240, 260, depending on when it happens. Somewhere in there. There could also be a grind sideways. That monthly trigger will come up more and more and more, and I like the stunk. Dude, look at that fucking candle. You guys watching that candle on hold on here. Check out that look at that 4 hour reversal candle. You see that shit? Those tweezers? Fucking violence over here. You see those two red 4 hour candles? Now we're getting a new 4 hour candle red. Whew. We could sweep 69.10. Look at those 4 hour candles on SPX. Woof. Woof. Just you should do this. Like, what am I looking for Ford? I'm looking for like something above $15. I'd like to see like 15.25, something like that. I would love to see higher, but I've seen other examples where like I thought about it trading $18 for the spring. If you look back in history, you can see that we've already been here. So I'd like to see 18 this time around. I just don't want to promise that. Anything above $15, I want to start selling calls on it. I was thinking about selling calls earlier this week, or yesterday and today, but I didn't. I've been too busy. I've been like I have to remember that I have to help you guys, So um, I haven't sold any calls on Ford. I wish I had done that 2 days ago. I thought about it, and I was like, I just can't manage this. So um, if you sold calls on Monday on Ford, I'd be trying. It went vertical. I'd be trying to close those sold calls on this close here. I'd be out. I'd be out right now. Um, I would not be selling calls here on Ford. You might get one more downturn tomorrow, and then it should start ripping. If it's bearish, it should be like one more down day and then start ripping. If you're sold calls, try to get out of them by tomorrow. That's the longest I would say. The longest you have. Yeah, I'm with you, Yuri. I think 11, 12, or 11 or 12. It's trading 14 right now. I want to see it trade 15 in the quarter. That would be perfect for me. Um, in recent history, the 11 or 12 though went from like $8 or something. So that's the $18 expectation. I don't know if we can get $18. That's a lot of fucking money for that stock. Um, I think 15 and a half. Start selling it. Start getting ready to sell puts or calls. Can you guys not hear me? Am I losing the stream? It went from like here. We can look at it right now if you want. Um, I looked at it already. I've already looked at this fucking thing. Whenever I talk to you guys because I've already looked at that shit. Um, so you can already see like 20 was it 2021 in April or something. I think it was 2021. It went to 25 fucking dollars. And then Biden, no, was it Biden? I gotta look back on the dates, but it fucking mooned. 2020, I think, was the last time. Yeah, it was 2020. It mooned on the. It just kept fucking going in 2020, and then I'm trying to think. Biden went. I'm not looking at it again. Last time it went from like $11 to 11 bucks to 12, or yeah, 11 to 12, and then it went like $9, $10 to 14 with declining highs. If we get 15.25 though, you're breaking. There's a gap up here at 14.96, and then you've got 16.65. If you break that high on that one, it should trade 20. It should trade all the way to 25 by year end. That's what I'm hoping, is that it trades 25 by year end. It's got a nice base right here. It's looking pretty good. Let me see this. Can we get to 16.69? Maybe. Anything above $15, like $15, $16, I'll start selling calls. And then we'll come back for the trade at $25 at the end of the year. A little bit of squeeziness right now. Getting some more alerts right now. RXO. RXO got annihilated. Ooh, that's a nice fucking stock too. It traded all the way down to I just put in a new low though. It might have one more low left in it. I think this is a good one to go higher, but I think it's going to go back down again. What's going on there? What the fuck is going on? Something like this. Come on. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm getting alerts on all kinds of shit. RXO, getting mad alerts on RXO right now. Okay, I'm not losing the stream. You can actually see the deleveraging on RXO. You can see the September pump for RXO, September 2025. You can see the deleveraging into this summer, and then if you look at the high that's supposed to be made in the end of next year, that should be the next place to sell again. Do you see the deleveraging in the market on RXO? It's pretty wild to see. So I'll show you guys this kind of neat. This is RXO. What's really fascinating about this is like the this is the move higher for September. So you get the high, right? So this is deleveraging under the surface. You come down here for the summer low, and then they break higher up here. And this is the next place they're going to attempt to deleverage in the end of this year. This is 2027. So this is like one big move right here, and then bigger move down. You guys see that? It's like the market is deleveraging, even though it's going to take a bunch of time to do it. Like they're like elephants, you know? There's your second leg right there for 27. But there's a lot of money made in here. I mean, you're talking about $15 to $30, $28, $40, something like that. Had a low of 1276. Still worth trading this. This could go higher. Let's go a little bit higher, but then this down move right here, beautiful fucking nice dip there, nice dip there. That's RXO for your intra-week trading. Sorry about the wait here. A lot of dip buyers here. You guys see this on higher frames? Can I do Bitcoin? Sure. I can do Bitcoin for you. I'm long Bitcoin. Okay, here's Bitcoin. You remember my post on Twitter? So on Bitcoin, I am looking for some. I'm going to give a bit to you basically. If you remember, this is where I bought Bitcoin right here. Daddy, see it? Bought that in the middle of the night, right there. I'll make it bigger for you so you can read it. Daddy. I think one of our boys there with a bazillion followers commented on this dip buy. He's like, I've been following that guy for years, and it's a once in a lifetime buy. This guy only talks about. He talked about me. He goes, he only buys Bitcoin every once in a great while. You know what I'm talking about, right? Pampolino. Okay. You want to be looking for these guys right here, right there. How about there? Now let's just show it here. Now there's this idea that there's a second leg down. There I am, right there. There's an idea here that there's a trade down here. It's like 50, 60. See it right there? See it right? See it now? See it right there? Here, we'll do it together. We'll do it together. Hold on here. I'll make it prettier. Something like that. Okay, so Bitcoin. There's a lot of people out there that there's my daddy buy. Okay, so this is where I bought right here. There's a thesis out there that you're gonna see Bitcoin go up here. You'd see something like this. But this is the baddie, right? That's end of year right there. This is the general consensus. This is the general consensus. So you're looking basically to trade about 105,000. Big downstroke over here, and then you should be coming back up here. And I actually think it's going to be 130, to be honest with you. I think it's going to be something like this. Something monstrous. Personally, I don't think it goes to 150. I think it fails at like 135, somewhere in there. Just over this high right here. This is 126, but 135, another 10,000. And you got to remember that you're going to get people that want to sell. People trapped in here are going to want to sell. First chance they get, they're going to want to sell. First chance, guaranteed. So I don't really care what happens over here. The only thing that I care about right now is does this go up into March, and then does it just stall to go higher? Is there like an April dip buy in here? Like, so you're like up here, right? You come into April, there's another dip buy. There's your set of lows right there. Come into June and you're just doing this right here. Maybe a little bit of stalling, maybe a wick. So you can see it there, 1, 2, and then there's the higher low, and then there's the trap, and then we're up and up and up and up. Now, I'm gonna draw that in like that. I don't know. Now we got to look back down over here. We want to look at what's down here? Like, why are we down here? Why it's this band of buyers right here. And this is the initial move higher right here. So if we want to take a quick peek at that, we can. Let's look at where they are. This is the low. This is where they really are right here. They're right here, right here, right here. I would say the risk on crowd is right about here. A little bit higher, 67,000. It could even be here at 76. But here's the low. This is when it was bought. Right there. This would be the worst case scenario. Worst case scenario. It's right in there. It's like somewhere in here. You can see it right there. Up, right? Beautiful. It's somewhere in here. But this could get bought too. So for Bitcoin, if you're a Bitcoiner, let's say you're a Bitcoiner and you're like, Cap, I don't think it's going down that deep. The only thing you have to see here would be 1, 2, 3, 4. And you would be looking for it's not so much that I would say take the money and run in here. But if let's say you want to get back in, right? You would be looking for this to hold. And you'd be looking for this cross right here. But we're not there yet. So like it doesn't matter. Like it's what I'm doing for you right now is I'm fucking stroking myself. Like it doesn't mean anything. The only thing that matters here is I'm gonna be honest with you, okay? Like the only thing that matters here is you're making money right here. This is the money machine. Maybe you get a little bit more money. But like this is the money machine right here. Anyone telling you that's not the case, they're lying. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. This is where the money is right here. All the money is right here. That's the money. I don't really care if it starts falling. I just want you to know what the money is to like 100,000. If you get like 105, yay, throw some cherries on top. Now, what do you do at that point? You really don't care because this is still 96,000 or 100 grand. So you really don't care. See that money? This is where the money trade is right here. The money trade is right here. That's where the money is right there. And you really don't give a fuck what happens from there. You don't care if it bumps up and holds and goes higher because you can jump right back in again right there. You don't care if it rolls all the way down. You shouldn't care. It's $200,000. If it runs down here, sweet, even better. I can get back in and buy it right there and send it higher. So basically, you're good to about 100K. Your money trade is right here. And no outcome matters thereafter. It doesn't matter if you go up and back test because you can get long. It doesn't matter if it rolls down because you can get long. So right now, this is the sweet spot. I've heard a lot of people say, like, when this was bought, oh my God, it's going to crash. I heard that bullshit. I was like, get the fuck out of here. I'm like, the trade is to here. Trade is to 100K. If you catch the extra $5,000 or whatever, sweet. But like, if you wanted to exit 100,000, what the fuck do you care? It's just time. You're either going to buy a back test of 100K and go up, or you're going to be buying a fucking sweet ass dip of like 50K. So in both scenarios, you lose nothing. So the sweet spot is to 100K. Maybe you get an extra 5. What do you fucking care? It's still going to come back to 100K so you can get long again. You just want nice, easy trades. If it goes down to 50, even better. So in my viewpoint, yeah, be long. Be long to 100,000. Be long fucking quadruple levered fucking options on BTC. 200K. Make sense? There's BTC for you. I mean, should I just fucking start the family office? I should just start the fucking family office and be done with it. I don't know. I don't know how the Bears can get a new low. They need like today. Their best bet today is volatility assigned to tomorrow's data and SCOTUS. But if I was a bear, I'd be out in this close. What do you care? You made your money. Get the fuck out of here. That's what I would be. I'd be like, get me out of here. I'm out of here. I've got paid. Even if it goes down tomorrow, I wouldn't care. I'd just be like, I got my money. I've sold that fucking high. I've been pounding it down all day long for 2 days. Today is Tuesday. I mean, what do you got? You got till Wednesday at 10 a.m. Maybe noon. And I think it's risky. So the no risk was selling that high. You got a sweet fucking sell on Sunday. You got a sweet fucking sell on 696 today in the open. Like you got a kick-ass week. This is where the FOMO comes in for the Bears. Now, some of these Bears might win overnight into tomorrow, but do they win in regularly? I'm going to tell you no. The answer is fuck you, no. Same thing with FOMO Bulls. They win 1 or 2, but they lose 7. So no. And I've had Bears and Bulls tell me like, all I got to do is hit 1 or 2 of those out of 10 and I'm rich. Yeah, you fucking liar. You fucking roll all that shit again and again and again until you lose. I know the story. I've been there. I know the fucking story. You'd be fucking be in a fucking plane right now in a private jet. So no, just be easy. Take your money, walk away, and live to trade again. Fairly simple. No one does that though. Even when the casino's on your side, like that's the shocker. Like the casino is not ever on your side. This casino, there is edge. Like you can't ever find an edge in a casino. Like in the stock market casino, there is an edge. That's why we have the soap opera. We need to pry the money out of your fucking hands. Not we, but like the market. I need you as supply. So you hear me tell you, stop fucking reading the goddamn pink and up at the hot sheets. Stop fucking following Bloomberg and CNBC and FinTwit and all those things. They're poison. They're meant to take your edge away from you. That's what it's meant for. I'm probably the only fucker out there that tells you that. Fucking, I don't know what else to say to you. There's actual edge in the stock market. The fucking Investopedia tells you can't predict. That's a fucking bold-faced lie. People will tell you there's black swans. That's a bold-faced fucking lie. They're lying to you. That's why banks stay in business. They're like, oh, it's because of fees or it's because of how they wrap the trade. That's bullshit. They just have shitty fucking traders trading for them. They have people that suck. The human condition is like a really hard thing to the human like emotions and the diarrhea and the like all the shit that surrounds the stock market is where you lose your edge in my view. That's where you lose your edge in the stock market. Truthfully. You guys could literally turn your fucking computers off. You'd be the best trader in the world. And you know what that coincides with is most of the senators and House of Reps that they're like the world's best traders. Why do you think they're the world's best traders? Why? Because they don't fucking drink the Kool-Aid. They get told it's time to buy, and so they buy. Notice how if you ever look at like a politician's trades, they're not many. They're very patient. They take only a few trades every year. Most of them, not all of them, but a lot of them take like one trade, then another trade, then another trade. You fucking guys are out there you guys are out there with crayons and you're like drawing shit on papers. Like I like see people. It's like, hey man, we got NFP today. What are you talking about? And you have all this. Just get out of the market right now. like plotting and planning, like, does this matter and that matter and this matter and all this matter and all that matter, all this like noise, and it's like if you just turn your fucking laptop off and open it twice a year, even in a bear market, you'd be rich, but you consume all this, like all the other shit, and that's how you lose money in the stock market. I'll be honest with you. That's how you fucking lose money in the stock market. They create the house creates the edge uh, that is totally something that you don't need to partake in. You have a choice in that. The casinos, you don't have that choice. It's just built in. Um, you're always going to lose eventually, unless you're cheating of some kind. But then you're going to be found out for cheating anyways. But like this thing in particular, the stock market, it is. You just look in the mirror. You're a loser trader. Just look in the mirror and say, "It's me. I'm the reason. I'm the reason that I'm losing money. That's it. No one else is losing you money." Um, it's literally just being patient. It really is. Patience is key. When do you open your laptop? Twice a year. You open it once in the fall and once in the spring, every year. You're looking for like a April, May low, and you're looking for usually an October low. This year it didn't happen, but 99, like every other October in history, it does. You repeat that every year in every market, bull or bear, I don't care. You're getting a bounce every fucking year, even in bear markets, every year. You just close your laptop, don't look at it. Come back and see me. You do that, and you're safe. You're safe. It's that simple. It really is. It's not that hard. But we get wrapped up in everything. You guys read the fucking newspapers. You watch CNBC. You're fucking watching fucking this show and that show and this show. You're reading all these fucking things, and it's like it's not that hard. It really isn't. It's really not that hard. You look for triggers, like you see a daily trigger across a weekly trigger, you risk off. That simple. Uh, buy them out, take my money and running. See the daily trigger cross back up with that weekly trigger, risk on again. Do that for 20 years, you'll be rich. Rich. Rich, 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 richity fucking rich. I'm going to show you how to do it. We're going to do it together. The next 10 to 15 years, whatever, however long I'm alive, till I fucking die. That's our new plan here is we're moving on into making you wealthy. It's so simple. It's not a hard thing. It's not hard. Patience. It's just pay. I'm adding money. I was gonna add some money. I was gonna add some money in the first to the. I told you guys once a month, right? $1,000. So I wanted to add more this week, but I'm like, no, we'll wait. I'm trying to stay. I'm trying to do the lowest common denominator here. My plan is the lowest common denominator. If you can't come with $1,000 every month, you have no business being in the stock market. Just get the fuck out. You come with $1,000 every month. That's $250 a week. If you can be responsible in life and just do that, $250 a week is cheap. I'm hoping that I can get that grand in there before we roll, because I want to buy some SPY hedging. Hopefully, like Feb 1, March 1, I want to add at least $1,000 or two, and I'd like to put a hedge in the market, and I'd like to generate some income, sell a bunch of calls on Ford, come back in the spring, take all that cash and buy more Ford. And buy some calls on Ford would be nice, and run that thing up. This is a whole separate trade, though. This whole Ford thing you're looking at down there, right there, that is meant to show you how to generate income. It's meant to show you how you can compound with dividends, your cost basis, and how to make money in the stock market without losing ever. No possible way. Literally, no. I mean, it's better if it was on SPY, but um, I like the liquidity of Ford, and I think Ford running the wheel on it's easy. Um, I think it's an easy entry level. How do you start generating income? And I really truly believe that when we're done, that account will be worth a lot of money. And whenever the top comes in, We'll sell forward. We're not going to sell calls at that point. And then what we'll do is we're going to sell the market together in that account. We're going to make some fucking serious cash. Gonna be fucking baller. And then hopefully that account, the plan is that when we get done with whatever the freak out is, whatever the AI freak out is and the bubble popping, we'll have generated enough cash. Maybe that's 27 20, or 30 or something that we can buy the stock market with whatever we have. We'll buy the stock market, and we're gonna buy when we're gonna buy when nobody else is buying down there. It's gonna be a shit show. You're not gonna believe me. And then hopefully that'll give you generational wealth. Hopefully that buy should give you what you need to buy like OpenAI and your favorite tech stock at a rock bottom price. And we'll run that up for. We won't be together at that point. I'll be retired, I think. But at that point, I can step off what I'm doing here, and I'll be old. You can come visit me when I'm 70, 80, and you would have had your generational buy, in my view. And hopefully I'm dying and you come visit me and say, you changed my life. That'll be the plan. And take care of my kids. Go visit my kids, my daughters. Make sure they're okay when I'm dead. If you're young out there and you're watching this show, my kids will be adultish enough that you can go find them. Maybe do meetups with them or something. Make sure they're okay. Update on new show. So yes, I'm building the office right now. I have a pitch to do. In the coming, I will have an answer on the show in the next. I am going to Sundance. Um, that's a good question. So, I'm building the office. The office is being built. I have to pitch the show to. I don't want to say exactly who, but then I have to take it all. I have to pitch the show to somebody, and then I have to take it to Sundance. I'm going to pitch it there. Um, and when I get back, I'll have an answer for you guys on whether that does happen or doesn't. In that vein, um, I'll have an answer just after Sundance. I leave for Sundance on um, I leave for Sundance on the 22nd. That's a Thursday. And what's ironic is it's right after Vixpiration. So my hope is that we'll come into Vixpiration. They'll shank the market. You and I will buy the dip. I'll jump on a flight to Parks to SLC and then drive up to Park City. We'll have a show on Friday. I'm supposed to go skiing on Friday, so I'll turn the show on Friday morning. I'll try to stop in with you guys, and then we'll have the weekend off. Then I come back on Monday, and I'll have an answer at that point of what's going on. I think right around that period, if it's a go or a no go. Now, in all three outcomes, one outcome would be with an agent. The second outcome would be pitching it to someone from that does that stuff out there, and the last outcome would be where I do that show without um, some kind of way to pay for it. Um, we're gonna do that show no matter what. We're doing that show no matter what. So it's not a question of if. I would like to see it be. I'd like that show to be sponsored though. Um, I don't make enough money off of what we do here to cover my expenses. I trade for a living. Um, so I would prefer to start that show where I don't have to make my living. Like, I guess that's selling out. I would prefer to not, I would trade still, but I have to rely upon the stock market to pay my bills. And I don't know that I can pick that extra thing up without stopping some of that. To be quite frank with you, like owning the stock market's one thing, but like um, I think that would take a ton of time up because I gotta track all your favorite stonks. Like I gotta be. I'm not trying to be Jim Cramer, but I am trying to be like not doing the SPY thing for um, a lot of you guys. I know a lot of you guys don't trade SPY. My mission, like I started this out, like where I started this show out in particular. I think we've made it um, to where I started this show because my friends that were traders and investors didn't have basic rules and tools. And I was shocked at that. I was like, just basic shit that you do, like basic trading rules, and they didn't. And I was like, well, maybe there's a need for that. Um, and not only a need for that, but you can carry that into anything else you're trading. So, like trading any stock out there, anything, literally anything. You can apply those tools. You can always come back to the indexes when you're stuck in your favorite stock. But I would like to, now that we've done that, I would like to shift gears into showing people how to create a retirement with the stock market, which is what we're doing this year and in coming years. And then I look at like Jim Cramer, and I think I look at Jim Cramer, and I think he's getting too old, not too old yet, but he's getting older. Um, I look at consumption habits of younger people, and they're changing drastically and quickly. And I think for like a second half of doing what we're doing here, I think it'd be nice to have some kind of way to not. I guess I got to sell out to pay for it, but I don't want to sell out to where I've always told you guys about like what those guys do, um, like what they'll do, like what I could do, and I'm not gonna ever do this to you, but um, I gotta go in the morning and find out or the week in the morning and find out what the most talked about stocks are. Usually, it's gonna be ones that you guys are getting eaten alive on. Not you guys, but like, traders. And then placate you, give you the pacifier in the bottle, and rub your back and tell you it's gonna come back and you're gonna be okay, and come back every day and like make a bunch of money off of ads and stuff. And I don't want to do it that way. I want to do it with like a sponsor, so that I don't have to be beholden to these stonks and beholden to you. I want to be able to tell you get out. Um, it's a shitco. It's a meme. It's this. It's that. Um, yeah, and I want to shift gears into like I think my biggest thing I want to focus on is not to be married to these things. Um, it's fine making money off of those memes, but to be able to like I don't want to say program, but to it's almost like the army, like boot camp, basic training. To reprogram you to be able to get into something, make the money, and then get out and find the next thing. Not be married to these things. I think that's very lacking in the stock market. To not fall in love with your favorite ticker. Um, so if we can do that with the show, if we can do that with the show, try to unbrainwash people and say you like ticker symbol, PORN or whatever. Great. How about I give you a basket of 100 of them, and we have them come to us. Like they come to you, you can get long in them, and then you make a bunch of money, and then you're out of there. You're not falling victim to the stock community. Like what that meme, like welcome to the community. You're now an expert in this stock. We don't want to do that. Um, so, anyways, that's the idea. Um, Silver's fine to be long silver. Oh, I think we said get long gold and silver last year in January or something. I got no problem with gold and silver. Um, I got no like hate on silver and gold, but you don't get anything back for the years where it just grinds sideways either. Um, there couldn't like gold and silver to me reminds me of it reminds me a lot of Mike Burry. Um, and I'll tell you why. Like Mike Burry committed to the I'm going to be right eventually and lost a bunch of money along the way. Um, so you're making money right now, but were you able to make money for year over year over year with gold? The answer is fucking no. Um, when it runs, it runs, but Bitcoin is destroying still gold. Like if you're going to own gold and then own Bitcoin, Bitcoin has fucking run over gold, like with dollars, not options, just dollars. So um, I'm not anti-gold and silver or metals, but I've heard this story many years over and over and over again. So um, I'd rather just get in something, run it, and then have something come to you. I'll tell you something about gold and silver. 70% of you are going to lose all your money. I'll just tell you right now. 70% of you will lose all your money in gold and silver. Um, so that's okay. I think that's fine. Um, like I'm not saying there aren't good times. I'm just saying that when it comes time, you're going to see people get annihilated. It's usually how it happens. Not usually all the time. That's how it happens. So still getting a ton of alerts on RXO. RXO still cranking right now, up 3.15%. I'm not anti gold and silver. I just think there's easier ways to make money. Um, consistently, regularly, for year over year over year over year over year. I'm not anti gold and silver. Don't think that I am. Maybe you guys are mad because I bought Bitcoin and didn't buy gold and silver. No, I feel fine. I don't like the store of value thing. I can't stand it. I can't stand like the store of value for all of it, like Bitcoin, gold, silver, any of that stuff. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in it. I would call gold and silver panic right now. Panic. I think you've heard me say that a bunch of times. Panic warfare, stuff like that. I think the same about Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin's bullshit too. Same thing. I think like if I had to look at anything out there that's probably the most valuable thing, S&P 500. S&P 500. If I like put some value in something, S&P 500, hands down. S&P 500, S&P in real estate, S&P 500, real estate, S&P. My two best friends. I can't say that Bitcoin wasn't like that. I stayed out. I didn't. I was in Bitcoin, got out of it, but it wasn't that nice to me. I think the most consistent thing in life is S&P 500 and real estate, hands down. Most consistent like giver, regular, every day, every week, every month, month over month. S&P 500. S&P 500 is a beautiful fucking thing. It's my mistress. It's boring, but it's my mistress. It's not as exciting and glamorous as Q's, but it's fucking beautiful. That's me though. I understand some of you guys like other things. I understand that. I understand you like other stocks. I understand you believe in other stocks. I get it. I understand love for other things. I don't think that what I love is the best thing, but for me, that's what I love. S&P 500. No CEO. Oof, can't go bankrupt. Been going up since day fucking one. It's regular. It's got a lot of liquidity. Make a fuck ton of money. And you get to know it intimately, and then you can always come back to it. Yeah, we do. We do a bunch of different places in the Discord. I post at everyone's. You can search my name at Kevin Jim James. Some people do keep full. Um, so there are traders that keep watch every stock that I pick, and the performance over the course of a bull run. Um, we've been doing that now for 3 bull cycles, and we've outperformed the market by hundreds of percent. Uh, I have rules in there too. I got some stock channels in there that you can read the rules on this stuff. Mm. Oh, congratulations, Doctor Doom. I don't have any problems with silver and gold. I don't. It's not that I have any problems with it. I know when the years are where it's sideways and it sucks. When if anyone's ever seen gold and silver go sideways, it's a nightmare. It's like a nightmare. You can just sit there and watch silver trade sideways forever and ever and ever, and it's like it's the stuff that makes your eyes bleed. They'll murder your fucking leaps to zero. Um, it's almost. I would say being a Tesla bull is maybe a close second or third. The April low thing. We called the top in February. Well, we called it on February 14th, not the 18th, but we called it on the 14th. We called the low too. I started adding down there. I added the first spike at the end, and then the next spike added more. I did get out though. Uh, I got out though for other reasons. I got out at we made a new all-time high. I think the first all-time high I got out. I got out for personal reasons. I was unwilling to. I was unwilling to be that committed to the market with Trump. Um, that was just a personal thing. Um, I went through COVID with Trump. I traded that whole fucking thing, and it made me old. Um, it really did. I made a lot of money during Trump one, but and I'll be honest. Like even my family and friends, they know I vote Democrat. I'm very liberal, more liberal than you think. Um, but I liked him being president first time for the stock market. I can take that Main Street hat off, hang it up on the fucking hook, and put my trader cap on and say this guy makes a lot of money for me. Um, People will be like, "Why didn't you vote for him then?" And I don't. I don't mix those two things. They keep them very separate. In my life, it kept me very sane. Not mixing those things. But this time I did. This time in springtime of last year, I refused to do it. I didn't want to live through the stress of it. I wish I hadn't. I wish I had stayed long spy. I owned a bunch of it too. I would have made a bunch of money, but I just traded it. Um, and was willing to walk away at any moment. So good job on buying forward. We only have a little bit of maybe one more year, um, so there's no reason not to try to generate some cash. And whenever we get in, if we get into a bear market early, like the spring, we'll talk about a couple things here. If we go to a crash this spring, um, we can trade that too. It's easy to trade, not lose all your money. If we go risk off at any point, we can trade that. There's no gotchas here. If the bear market starts tomorrow, we'll know. Um, there's no gotchas. There's no like black swans. There's like dunking on people and stuff, but there really isn't. Like if you stay long duration and exit the market when it tells you to, there should be no black swan ever. What are we doing here? We just parked right now. Are the It's 3 p.m. Let's go potty really quick. It's 3:01. You guys have my expectations for tomorrow. Weakness into the closing bell, possibly into tomorrow's open. Let's see where I am down here. Somewhere down in here. Um, we can talk more if you any of you are new here or whatever watching, or if you're a new member or whatever. I We should go over all this stuff. I've got I've got a outlook for the year. It's done. I just need to do the show with it and explain it to everybody. I just haven't had the time to do it yet, but um, you got an expectation for the year. Like the thing about outlooks is that it doesn't matter what happens. Um, as long as you follow the fucking rules, it doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter if we trade sideways and start ramping. Doesn't matter if we fucking crash. Doesn't matter if we enter a bear market. Like none of it matters. Um, all that macro shit is like bullshit. It really is. It really is. If you follow, like, if you have a plan for your year, a plan for your quarter, a plan for your month, a plan for your week, and a plan for your day, and you adjust with rules and tools to that plan, because as new information becomes available, there's no reason that you should ever blow up ever, ever. There's like no reason. There's like literally none, zero. There should be like zero risk. I'm telling you, zero risk. Risk comes in when you fucking start breaking your rules, fucking start doing 2020 in hindsight. Let your emotions get a hold of you. Um, Reading diarrhea, consuming diarrhea, toilet paper shit. Um, that's where the problems come in. We're pretty systematic around here. We're like I would say we're like systematic about 70 to 80% of the time, and then discretionary about 20 to 30. You stay like a systematic trader, it's fairly hard to fuck yourself up. Um, you'll find out that you lose most of your money when you're discretionary. My week is good right now. I'm up on the week. See my week right there. I'm just green, baby. I'm on average right now. I'm at about 4% on the week. Pretty good. I've been higher this week. I was up like 8 or 9% at one point. Pretty good, right? We're only start of the year. If I could put 20% in on that, I'd be done for the year. But we're trying to beat the year, so we got the rest of the year to beat the year. Yeah, writing plans are important. That's another thing. Like you'll have people troll you and stuff and say, "You were wrong." I want you to know out there, truthfully, write yourself a fucking plan. Don't care. You're going to be wrong. What matters is that you're writing a plan using rules and tools, and you adjust your plan as you go along. It's like a living document. And like this guy, like Zen Gamma is saying, you go back and identify where you're making mistakes on those different time frames: a year, 6 months, 3 months, 1 month, a week, a day, and you can see where you're making your mistakes, um, and adjust your trade plan accordingly. It's okay. I want you to know that if you're out there watching this show, it's okay for you to be wrong. Don't feel like you got to fuck internet points. You're there to make money. Um, if anyone tells you that that's not true, that fucking person is a troll. Leave them. Dump. They're not trading with real money. You don't want to give your money back to people or the market or anything like that. Um, out of your fucking mind if you want to do that. Have patience. Write down a plan. I don't care if your plan is wrong every single time. It doesn't matter. You're outlining, when you write a plan, you're looking at every outcome. You're looking at the good outcome, the bad outcome, the middle outcome, and you know how to trade accordingly in all of those outcomes. You ever notice when I write these expectations, I'm always like, yeah, we could do this, or we could do that, or we could do this. I'm doing that not because I think that. I'm doing that because I need to know if A then B, or A plus B equals C, or we now have A plus A that equals D, and I need to know that in advance. You know what I mean? Um, like people will be like, "It's gonna do this, and that's it. There's no other choice." Um, for yourself, you just need to know what you think is going to happen, the highest probability of what's going to happen, and then the lower probability outcomes, uh, and how do you deal with that? Um, how do you trade that? What do you do? You don't ever want to like write a plan and not have a plan B or C or D or whatever. Um, that should keep you up at nighttime. That should constantly keep you awake working. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I gotta go. I gotta go potty. We're just parked right now, so um, I'll be right back with you guys. I gotta go potty. I'm gonna turn this new squawker on. The bullshit, sir. The bullshit squawk. I got the new squawker on. Do-do-do. Oh yeah, what's going on, buddy? How do I cancel the alert? Oh yeah, our boy. It's getting hot. It's getting hot. Oil him up. Lube him up. Oh, I got to put you to the front, bro. Visual order. Bring to front. Oh yeah, there you go. Oh yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna read it to you. So we got we have a new letter from, as Vol Wiz calls him, celebrity quant Charles McGilligot. We're gonna download the letter to you in the market chat. Normally it goes to pro traders. If you don't know out there, I like the S&T gang from JP Morgan. I like Pravorsky from GS. I like Rubner from Citadel. I like our boy Larry Williams, Tom Lee, of course. And then I like Vol Wiz, of course, like Jedi Marcus. You know, I like Bob Kendall. Like David AMS. Like John L. I was going to call him his other name, but Winky Face. These are all people that I trust, traders that I trust in general. And this guy's name is Charlie McGilligot. Vol Wiz calls him the celebrity quant Charles McGilligot. I like this guy, one, because he deals in volatility. He's a bear by nature, and he's an honest bear. And I really like to, even if I'm a bull by nature, I like to listen to the people that aren't doomers. You know the kind, right? You know the people that said weren't going to trade 7,000? You know those people? You know, people that said that in the fall? Those people. People have been calling for crashes every fucking time we hit a support, right? That's not Charles McGilligot. Guy's fucking baller. He's a gangster. I also like the way that he writes, because he writes a lot like me, believe it or not. But he's got a lot going on in his mind, and he puts it to paper. And when he does, it's a good read, because he gives you all the ins and outs of everything. You got the you got the you got the bear song. You might want to just wait a minute before. There's a couple traders that are like, "Oh, I'll be back here in the I'm done for the day or whatever." But what you want is we want to discuss it. So here it is inside the Discord. You want to take a look at this. I'm going to read some of this top line to you. I'm going to read some of the top line stuff from him. I'm not going to show the report on the show here, but I am going to discuss it here. And he says, oh, make sure I get this right here. Hold on. Give me one quick second here. I'm gonna read it this way. Nope, don't worry about it. I got it. Despite the it's how I'm reading. I'm having a hard time reading. Nomura Securities, Charles McGilligot Equity Derivative Sales. Despite the unfortunate return of previously left for dead market tropes, a primal scream of sell U.S. dollar assets, again from the tried and true loss of Fed independence and institutional credibility, plus fiat currency debasement equals end of U.S. exceptionalism, volume 2. Themes then hypothetically kicking off a fresh wave of rebalancing into U.S. dollar reserve currency alts. In longer horizon asset allocator reserve manager flows, quote, we still aren't seeing tons of enthusiasm for fresh hedging or major risk sentiment downshift, and stocks have held firm with the U.S. dollar. Who posted that for you on Twitter just a couple weeks ago? I told you about the dollar bottoming and maybe rising with equities outside of seasonal weakness. I told you that a couple weeks ago before Nomura's McGilligot posted this. Yeah, right there. We're still seeing tons of enthusiasm for we still are not seeing tons of enthusiasm for fresh hedging or major risk sentiments downshift. Constructive behavior, while defensive long vol mean reversion languishes out of the gates. We're still smashing vol. We still have vol compression. You can see him in the morning do this. Slam, right? Now, these past 2 days have not been quite that, have it? But that's why we did a private show this morning. We did a private show because you could see on Sunday, and you could see it on this morning's open, what's the top line of this? That every time we go up and smash a new high, I'm not going to tell you what I told the private stream this morning and the whys of this, but I showed you the history of what takes place, didn't I? So you should see some volatility in these specific circumstances that I showed you in the private stream this morning. And you got some, didn't you? You got some yesterday and you got some today. And if you look historically at this, one of these times we are going to catch volatility. We don't know if it's on 700. We don't know if it's at 705, 715, nor 748. Yeah, we don't know when that happens. We also know that it's better to sell on those highs, don't we? And that has proven true so far, hasn't it? And I showed you some historical examples in the past of this morning in this private stream. And that's somewhat the surprise. Listen to this next part. That's somewhat the surprise in the sense of some seasonality, typically surrounding the new year. New P&L risk equals new hedge budget too phenomenon, with view to no signs of vol expansion coming back to life in equities or FX thus far. Although we have seen modest term premium repricing in UST long end bear steepening, which to be honest was already an ongoing feature across G10 SOV curves, as in on fiscally driven bond issuance impulses in Japan's snap elections, Takachi popularity and the push for more fiscal herself when inflation and growth are already high by Japanese standards. So let's think about that for a minute. I told you earlier today on the public stream that you will not lose money. And there's an edge for you as an investor and a trader. So the market creates things that remove your edge from the market, and that most of you are that supply. So what did I tell you this morning in the private stream? I said, whenever we go up there and hit those big numbers, you should consider a hedge. And what is McGilligot telling you? That most people are not doing that, right? So who is the supply? Those people that are not doing that. You have people on the wrong side of every trade here. You've got bears that want to just sell, and they're getting annihilated. And then you've got bulls that think we're going to the moon. So if you were to flip those two things, what would you be doing? You'd be looking to what? Better to sell on those major highs from this point forward into March. No one's hedged. Does it mean it happens today? No. Does it mean it happens all the way to March? I don't know. But it means that you want to be in the flip, almost the contra trade of all of this stuff is the point. So are you sitting here going, are we going to crash today? Right where we are right now. You shouldn't be. But when we trade up there and trade at 7,000 or 705 or 715, you can begin with that curve, that rainbow, to be like, I don't care when we do that. I don't care when it is. I got a nice little hedge going from a high, and I'm hoping that it'll print on a put spread or something like it. Into when? April, May, June, somewhere in there. End of June, maybe. Easy way to be hedged in the market when nobody else is. Does it mean you're bearish? Fuck no. You're buying dips all along the way. Hey, we came back down, turned around, get long again. Have we lost the daily trigger? Has the daily trigger crossed to the weekly trigger? No. So instead of being that fucking bear looking for a roll, you're buying the dips when they show themselves. Instead of being that bear trying to wait for a crash on these lows, you're instead taking the highs. How many times on a high do you see a bull say something like, we're going to keep going up, bro? And we don't. We hit that high at 700 or 696, or then today, whatever today's open was, and it's an auto sell. We were at 6998 or something on futures, and on SPX, we were pretty close, right?
US stocks extend for Dow Jones down 1%.
Get down there. There's no lube down there. Get down there. So do you understand the idea about not being the supply for the market? Whether you're a bull or a bear, doesn't matter. And that's what he's saying here. He's pointing that out to you. In this letter, he's saying to you, you should put hedges on. Now, where we are in the market right here, would you put them on here? I wouldn't. I told you this morning where to put them on and when to put them on. In that private stream. Right? So when and if it does happen, if and when it happens, you're a top caller. You're the guy calling the fucking top. Pretty good, right? Now let's say we bounce down here tomorrow. We go all the way up and trade 705. You don't care. You're on at 7,000. What's 7,000 and 705? Ain't shit. You can catch that big old rainbow sideways
S&P
loop to the
500
downside.
extends decline to 0.5%.
You can even add some more hedges up there if you want. You can close the hedges if you want, if we turn around and go back up. If you are hedging these big highs, you can go right in and close them and do it again and again and again and again until we do roll.
According to the Financial
Times,
Jay Powell sent senators
Get
details
on down there, baby. Get on down there like Daddy tells you to go.
Project following testimony. Again, Fed's Powell sent senators details
tell my wife
on $2.5 billion worth of Fed project following testimony, according to the Financial Times.
Look at that. Look at that beautiful. Look at that gorgeous up, down, up, and down. Woo! So hot in here, Pity Diddy. Give me some oil, brother. Give me some fucking oil. Give me some oil. Oh, yeah, Diddy. Do it. Tell him about it, Diddy. Oh, yeah. Tell him.
So again, Powell wrote senators last July with details about the Fed's $2.5 billion renovation project, according to a letter seen by the Financial Times, complicating the Trump administration's claims and misled Congress.
How many times?
The 4-page letter,
we come
which
back
has
and
not
I say,
been previously reported, was sent 2.5 weeks after Powell testified to the Senate Banking Committee.
I got that one wrong.
I told you.
I got one wrong. It's that many. It really is that many. So even when you're reading these newsletters from our boy Charlie here, I got to think two things. Is he doing this to make max money right now on a weekly trade? Probably. Probably dropping that newsletter for that reason. Is he dropping this newsletter on a high? You know, like the close yesterday, before the open this morning, 6 a.m., telling you sell the fuck out of that high. No. Probably already in the trade. So he's making his money. Contra trader. Get on down there. Keep on going. Just flush it. Give me the big old flush handle. Give me the blood. Send it down. Close that gap down there. Look, Diddy, tell him about the gap, bro. Tell him gap down there. Close that gap. Close that gap, Cap. Equities index and thematic legacy Mag 7 and or more recent cyclical values, sensitive Russell skew, and the at the money IVOL low
We
cares.
have also posted out the article to the feed as well.
And despite the brutality, incoherent exercise and futility at best, wild, counterproductive at worst, Powell criminal charges are from the Trump administration in their ongoing effort to press for lower interest rates. And I would make a strong case that this is McGilligot. I would make a strong case that Powell has dovishly outperformed the economic context as is. When the dude is a lame duck already, I said that to you earlier today. I said he extended the olive branch to the White House. His last two rate decisions. We should not have had cuts. He extended that olive branch to the current admin. And even Miguel got here saying just as much. Powell has dovishly outperformed the economic context as is when the dude is a lame duck already. And this is self-induced term premium rebuild in long end is counterproductive for mortgage rates. When we made that first cut, I said to you, the long end is going to spike. I said to you that those real estate agents think that a cut in the short end is going to result in lower long-term rates. That is false. And the bond market had a way to deal with it. They fucking raised long end rates, didn't they? They countered. He also goes on to say, I also kind of get why the market isn't really voting with its feet, as if this is some sort of new information to reposition or reset around. Think about how many times we've sat here and I've said to you, that's bullshit, that's horse shit, that's not going to happen, this is going to happen. And yet we sometimes trade the bullshit too. And then we ask the question, when are we going to be done with the bullshit trade and get back to the real trade? When do we jump over to the next part of this? We're not getting a cut. We are getting a cut. Well, why? Well, the Powell attack, it is an objectively stupid thing that is being pushed back against by nearly all sides as like a 98-2 issue. The bigger picture on why this hasn't been viewed as much of a risk event whatsoever is due to the market having already wrapped its head around the magnitudes more critical fiscal dominance theme, overriding monetary policy rate determinations implication, particularly in the U.S., with one, POTUS looking to pull out all the stops to run it hot. How do you run it hot? You fucking cut rates. Inflation bottoms, starts spiking again. What did I tell you about the market participants? They don't mind ripping shit up and breaking it down, right? Run it till it breaks. Greed. So you bottom inflation. You bottom inflation, and then you ramp it higher, and you run it hot. When you run it hot, you create the wealth effect, which is what? You're chasing. David AMS likes to say, look at the European indexes against the U.S. indexes, and you'll see that all the U.S. gains is inflationary. And if we run this shit hot this year, that means market goes what? Woo. You read the Larry Williams outlook. What did that show? We're going to bottom inflation and ramp that fucker. And there's a window where the market should expand to the upside explosively. And that helps who? Trump. For his midterms, markets are up. If he wins the midterms, what do you think happens to the market thereafter? He doesn't give a fuck. I wouldn't. I got my 2 years. I'm done. I'll leave the mess behind for you to clean up. Does that make sense? So particularly in the U.S., with one, POTUS looking to pull out all the stops, run it hot, and as we are already seeing the various green shoots developing in data and markets, but of course, two, with number two, European fiscal capitulation from austerity into, oh yeah, we got to spend since we don't have functional defense capabilities and whatsoever after NATO free riding. Shredding manufacturing capabilities, misguided energy policies for decades. This is where the whip comes in. Japan's own let's push the fiscal despite above trend growth and inflation meme. All as number four, China continues to pull levers everywhere with their own persistent stimulus and easing efforts.
Netflix weighs amending
that?
Warner Bros. Bid to make it all.
Voice news disconnected.
What did I say to you? I told you that we don't have a dictatorship in this country and that they are running the race for AI, machine learning, quantum, data centers, energy. We cannot lose to them. I don't care what your politics are. You cannot lose to China. It's going to point blank say it. If you're from the West, you cannot lose to China. And if we live in the West and not under a dictatorship, they're going to make it happen whether you like it or not, one way or another. And so how do you do that? How do you do that? You spend. You create money out of thin air. You pump markets. You do QE light. You give loans from central banks to prime banks, right? You let the hedge funds spend it. You drag money out of people's pockets, don't you? Your local electric company is taking your money to build this out. You get tariffs. You build. You whip every other country in the West into shape for this. How do you do it? Print, deficit, debt. That's what you do. And that's what we're doing, isn't it? So let's keep it 100 here. U.S. nominal GDP is an 8% handle, and that's the world that corporate operates within. And all of this comes as, generally speaking, the monetary policy side is practically missing half of its possible distribution of outcomes, with almost universal cynicism of CB willingness to take the pain of inflation fighting. We're not taking the pain of inflation fighting seriously. We're building out for war. That's what we're doing. There is no time anymore. There's no time left. There's none. The race is in a heat. So we're going to spend to meet them. That's what we're going to do. It's like glaring. You can see it. It's everywhere. Unless it's all a fraud. If it's not a fucking fraud, then we're heading towards Gen AI. There's no way in hell that the West won't be ready for it. Or be first, not be first. They're going to secure the minerals. They're going to secure and build the factories for the robots. That's what they're going to do. They're going to be first. That's what they're going to be. And even if they lose, they're going to attempt to be first. And they will spend every fucking dollar to do it. We're coming into the end of that race right now. In other words, central bankers' setting of policy rates plus or minus 100 BPS just simply doesn't have the attributional impact it once held when we are in a permanently larger fiscal deficit spending trajectory world. That's McGilligan. As we are now, the Powell stuff is ultra lame, no doubt, and not credible, but also not really what matters now. Central bank credibility discussions are a permanent talking point feature that we are increasingly desensitized to. In the news, bring in Moran. Dump the rates. Say it again and again and again and again until you agree with it. Discussions are permanent talking point features that we're increasingly desensitized to because markets are now far more beholden to fiscal and politicians, whereas most important features of Monpoy in this current phase is now liquidity levering tool, which can dial up the wealth effect. No shit. So away from the philosophical and back to the now, this is why that economic green shoots, early cycle economic reacceleration themes have been so clearly trading the market. With one, real assets like commodities, metals, precious, and fiat debasement in industrials for growth versus prior expectations so strong. Two, ongoing global equities demand on growth re-rating with a rationally large rebalancing impulse recently into economic sensitivity, small caps, high rates, cyclical value, and equities from the secular growth mega cap defensives, emerging markets upside demand, relentless upside trading in market and FXI, K-Web, around street of late, in both equities and credit. Number four, why the global long end duration has continued to have few friends. And I got one more for you. Just wait until you see the U.S. pull away and you find out that these other countries that are against us, that their currencies and their economies are worse off. They've done it worse than we have. Where does all that money go? If we begin to win this race, where does that money go? Into the U.S., into the dollar, into the only safe place left in the world. If I have money and I'm another country and I'm against the U.S. and I go, oh, fuck, they're winning, I can still invest in these markets, believe it or not. So all of a sudden you got the U.S. dollar going up and U.S. markets going up. What does it remind you of? The race in the internet. The internet race in the late 1990s had the what? Asian fiscal crisis, right? Russia's economy was shit. Southeast Asia's economy was shit. We already can see that Korea's economy is going to dump, right? That's one of them. You got Venezuela, South America. Those are all from the mid and late 1990s. So where does all that money go? At some point, likely this year, into the U.S. economy. You could see a ramp this summer of foreign dollars coming into the U.S. where you actually have dollar up and markets up at the same time while chasing heated inflation and wealth effect. And where does all the money have to go? Or where does it run to? The big elephant in the room. U.S. equities. Not treasuries. U.S. equities. Bitcoin. Gold. Silver. And particularly due to this clear, consistent trend with equities and metals continuing to move higher while bonds and FX have been useless and trendless in rangy chops for months, this is where CTAs, managed futures strategies, have aligned themselves as proxy for the momentum. In these trades with the trend funds now on an absolute performance heater over the last 5 months. Woo! The sequencing concern with all of this and what I touched upon last week, when those economic market green shoots I highlighted, a generally upside surprise data this week, too, against mild CPI to further stoke dovish growth upside and overall benevolent backdrop, then painting not just more of a sanguine U.S. global picture, but perhaps this outright economic reacceleration in the first half of 26 currently being proposed by market themes above that is the benefiting under the perception of a CapEx upswing due to the OBBB 100% depreciation kickoff bullish trajectory on tax refunds as econ tailwind data showing consumption spending maintaining alongside still firm enough employment and wages. Oh, look at that nice little squeeze right there. Yeah, look at that nice little squeeze. It's after tax day, April 15th, mark it on your calendar. Vertical. Unemployment. Good. Everyone's working right now. They might not be moving from job to job. Wages are stable. They're going up, but not huge. Wages should start running soon too, right? In the summertime. Keep up. Spend more money in the markets. Print more money, baby. Of course, we'll have some downtime in the spring, late winter. We'll have a downstroke. You're going to see sellers come in and say the bubble is popped. I'll call it right now. Bubble's popped. Look at that big down move. Happens every spring, bro. I don't care. The bubble is popped. But when that reaccelerates after tax day, reaccelerates for the summer trade, maybe we get one more down move for fall. But now we've got the bottoming inflation ramping up. We got money printer going. We got Moran. We got Powell out. We got QE this and QE that. We got money sloshing around the sidelines. We got buybacks. What else do we have? We got a bunch of shit, right? We got money everywhere. It just screams up. Unless we have some kind of a moment publicly where there's panic, there's mass unemployment, or we get Gen AI. That should continue until we do. Or the build-out is done, one or the other, or one of those options. What's the hangover? It's going to be fucking brutal. It's always brutal. But when is it? It ain't showing its face yet, is it? It's not showing its face yet. And only when that bubble bursts is it going to come down. And if anything, it's going to accelerate. And I warn you, in this acceleration, go and find somebody in the mid to late 90s that tells you about how it happened. It gets fucking wild. You're crashing within a yearly candle once, twice, and then screaming up 30, 40, 50%. It's massive. SPY recovering into the bell here. Looks like sell side went home for the day. Looks like the smart bear's like, I'm out of here, bro. I don't care if we go down tomorrow. I got mine. I'm out of here. You guys can do whatever you want to do tomorrow. I'm looking to get long. Squeezing higher now. There is the cross of the half an hour and hourly trigger I told you about in the Discord earlier. Price is going up to move into it right now to check it. The sequencing concern of all of this is what I touched upon last week. So generally speaking, the U.S. dollar rate vol market is showing that despite all of this, economic growth upside, right tail risk signaling elsewhere in commodities and equities cyclically in high beta, that it looks more to be more a rental tactical trade. With hedgers remaining predominantly focused on left tail risks, which have receivers still receive relatively preferred, hence the wildly flat swaption skew across multi-expiries and tails. I fully endorse this view above as well as it relates to the equities side of the trade too, where it's more a rebalancing theme from equities investors needing more economic sensitivity in their legacy portfolios during this re-rating theme. We do note that you do have dispersion and distribution in the market, but even so, when this market does top, you're going to see tech go rampo-rama with it. So you have a little bit more like, I'm spreading myself out here. I'm doing great right now. But that guy that's parked in NVIDIA, that shit's going to catch up. That shit's going to go vertical. Or at least historically it does. You saw that with Amazon as a prime example of that. If you ever go back and look at Amazon in the mid-90s when it IPO'd, it went fucking vertical. It caught up to everything. And there are other tickers like that as well. And in this time period, you have a lot of underperform your favorite shiny tech stocks. But at the end, it goes vertical. Even if you have a broadening of market right now. So he goes on to say, re-rating theme is current exposures are heavily tilted AI, Mag 12, mega cap growth, but not some long-term commitment and tilt into true overheated territory. He goes, I think the cyclical value grab is a rental only. Tactical trades these new few months of the year until Q2, Q3 growth scare flip risk. Push that out a little farther. The toughest part is that we may not need to wait until second half of 26 to realize the potential pendulum swing, mean reversion from Q1 growth re-rating higher, Q2, Q3 growth scare. So that's when we start to roll to the downside, right? For the end of the winter. We go down into June and October. That's Q2, Q3. And then we reaccelerate into the end of the year. The tough part is that we might not need to wait until second half of 26 to realize the potential pendulum swing, mean reversion, Q1 regrowth rating higher, Q2, Q3 growth scare. When we continue to see upside chasing and more leverage being deployed into many of the prevailing themes in this low vol, easy carry backdrop, which is why I've been talking VIX call spreads again to play for a vol squeeze off a low base. So he's saying, fuck puts on SPY. It doesn't matter if SPY moons or not. Vol will eventually unclench, whether that means markets go up or roll. 748. As the highly speculative, highly beta, high vol stuff runs and people scramble for performance that they don't own, which feels increasingly unstable. To be crystal clear, overall equity positions, less especially systematics, is not over skis long enough, yet skew is not steep enough yet to get crashy at this juncture, in my opinion. 640, anybody? How about 700? How about we hold 700? How about we go up to 748 and we hold 700 for the summer? How about we don't go back into last year at all? Yet, despite some VIX option dealer long gamma from customer puts sold here and helping keep us in the 15 to 16 pocket, there is possibility of resumption in dealer negative convexity risk from the call side, which will get meaningfully larger if vol squeeze. And as stated here for years, we know it doesn't recycle well. He's saying that if you start squeezing, you start hitting 705, you'll see money taken, right? 7015, money taken. 748, vertical, money taken. And then you get your crash into 700. And also, outside of some more of said VIX call buying flows going through today, we also spotted a pretty solid protection buy in S&P with a buyer of greater or less than $20,000 in SPY Jan 23rd, 680, 690 put spreads, which is a 2 weeks out expiration that would pay you 4 times your spend if SPX is minus 2.1% from spot at 6950, which is a nice looking trade. I showed you that trade earlier today, didn't I? I showed it to you. That trade was taken right here. So that guy does not care if we go up here. And we're down right there. Right in here. From tip to snout, that's 2.5%. Not a bad trade for puts. Took the trade right here. Doesn't matter if we go up. Doesn't matter if we go down and then up. 2% right here. 2 weeks out right there. And then they close those puts, go back up into the end of the year. Or, excuse me, not the end of the year. Into the end of the month. Up there. And that is why I see VIX vol on the creep back up towards 100 today, despite unchanged SPX NDA, RTY flat, UX1. My spidey senses get a little bit tingly because ultimately these trades, hedges, could help set the table for acceleration flows to the downside into a spot equity sell-off. Modest vol squeeze. The same holds true from now into spring. So when you get into this March area over here, you're just teeing off. Hedge, 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 hedge. One of them is going to work. That might work. That might work. You're not buying them here, though. You're buying them up here. Better to sell, better to sell, better to sell. I bet this asshole got out here. I would not be shocked if somebody got out in here. This guy might not get out. This guy's probably going to stay in that trade, even if we're up here. I would. I would stay in here for that big bomber right there. Hit that just underneath 700, 698. He's going to get a fat print in here. The rest